here's a big example. So the way that we talk about being black in the United States, a number of years ago, people switched from whatever they were saying before, we're not going to talk about that, to saying African American. And that was like, oh, this is the better, and it certainly, I'm sure it was an improvement, but like, what if a white person moves from South Africa to the United States? Are they African American? Maybe that's not what we actually mean there. Or if a black person emigrates from Haiti or Jamaica or Puerto Rico, they might prefer to be called Afro-Caribbean or Haitian American. And a black person living in Canada or Europe, obviously not African American. That doesn't make any sense there either. So if you don't actually know what a person's background is or what they prefer, and you're actually talking about the color of their skin because you're talking about makeup, or you're talking about like surveillance cameras and how they recognize faces, or how photography software works, then what you want is the word that refers to the person's skin color, which is black. Now, obviously intent is important, so if you are not coming with like a generous intent, it doesn't really matter what word you use because people will still hear it. And absolutely don't say black, as if it's like cancer or some other thing that we don't talk about. Like that makes it really, really weird. This changed. And like you might watch this, like if this is being, I think this is being recorded. But like in another couple of years, the language may have changed again. So this will almost certainly happen to you too. You'll have read something and you'll be like, I got it, I'm done. I know what to say in that particular situation. And then it will change on you. This happened with like the words that we use to talk about like being queer or gender identity. Like I'm 50, so the words that we used 30 years ago are all like no, bad, we don't use those words anymore. All new words, all new stuff. And that's just in my lifetime, on a community that I'm part of. So the other thing that happens is sometimes like people are using too broad of a brush. So they like, maybe if you look at like early feminism, white feminists were like, well, obviously what we all as women want is the right to work outside the home. And everyone who wasn't a white middle class woman was like, I'm sorry, you want what? I already have the right to work outside the home. We are poor. We all work outside the home. So like anything that you learn about a group may not apply to the whole group. So like kind of glomming things in. One that I often think about is the Asian American experience. So like the experience of being Asian American is very different depending on when your parents came over, what they did, or how you got here. So like if you came over and your parents were doctors, your situation is going to be very different than if you came over and were adopted by white people, or if you came over and your parents were poor and like had to do blue collar work when they got to the U.S. So like if you say like, oh, you know, hey, like nice to meet you, new Asian American friend, I'm so sorry you grew up poor, and they're like, my parents are brain surgeons, what are you talking about? So I want to just, you know, and this sounds a little funny, but making assumptions with not enough information, like just really hold loosely things that you learn when you're doing diversity work, because you might find that you have built on a stack of cards, and that the work and the things that you learned are no longer accurate. The thinking has evolved, the understanding has evolved, and the terms have changed. Another thing that you see when people are sort of resistant to diversity work is they feel like they're giving something up. They're like, we had this beautiful shiny thing that was totally working, and now you want to replace it with a sad bag of sand. And this happens on like both a large and a small scale. So like consider a workplace where like maybe 4 of your 5 friends that you play Dungeons and Dragons with all work at the same place. Your work chat is filled with stuff about your campaign. Everything in the office is named after obscure stuff from the Silmarillion. Awesome, so fun. It makes work feel less like work, right? So then you have an opening on the team, and your boss says, we're doing an external search, and we're going to try really hard to attract diverse candidates. And last time you checked, level 12 Rogue is not an underrepresented group. Kyla's unlikely to be joining your team. So in this situation, like, you already felt like, oh, we had this thing, and then someone took it from from us. And it's like, no, you, like, it's a workplace, this is a job. But so if they do end up hiring someone from a diverse background, that person may not feel very welcome, and it will take them a long time to understand that the rest of their team considers them to have been sitting in Kyle's chair the whole time. And that's just a small one. The other thing where people feel like they are losing something is because money is finite. So like if you're running a community event and you're like, oh, we want to pay for childcare, or we want to pay for live captioning, but it means we're not going to do lunch. So like, I can tell you right now, like, just because you found out that there's some other accommodation that you could make, you don't magically get more money just as soon as you realize that you should be doing something else to make more people welcome. So you could try getting a diversity sponsor. The PSF is looking into getting a mask sponsor for PyCon this year. We've offered childcare sponsors. SeaGL has the idea sponsorship. But like, companies are sort of fickle in their interest in supporting this kind of work and what kinds of accommodations they want to support and how interested they are and whether they've budgeted for it. So like, if you can't get a diversity sponsor, then it goes back out to general funding. And you do what any other community org with a finite amount of resources does, and you fund your accommodations out of general funding. What you do not want to do is tell everyone that the reason we don't have the awesome chocolate fondue fountain is because we're funding captioning this year, or we're funding childcare, or we're doing something else. If people love the chocolate fondue fountain that much, then you should find a chocolate fondue fountain funder, and then fund the diversity work out of your general fund. So, the other thing that kind of puts people off diversity work is that you put in a lot of work, and then your results might be slow. And this is a bummer, because you do a ton of work, and then people don't show up. So, you know, it's after you spend like a really long time calling like 17 venues in Europe to see if you can find one that's wheelchair accessible, you find that one, and of course it costs more. Then you do it, and no one in a wheelchair shows up. Oh well. So first of all, you need to do a little promotion. Like, the group of people who are already regularly attending your event or regularly participating in your community are fine with things the way they are. So like, if you just tell your existing community, like, hey, we're making a bunch of accommodations for people who aren't here yet, then you haven't told the people that actually need to hear that. And so that means they're not going to know that they should show up and that they should feel welcome and be taken care of at your event. Think of it sort of like running a restaurant. This is Cisco's from DS9, an amazing Creole restaurant by all accounts. No one's ever eaten there, but because it's fake. But so if you were running an amazing like community thing, and the people who are attending already feel like, oh yeah, I love this shrimp, sausage, etc., blah blah blah, and then you're like, maybe we should put some vegan stuff on the menu and like let more people come and participate and enjoy all this amazing stuff that we're doing. If your vegan offering looks like this, then people are not going to come. This is a sad sandwich from the Fire Festival. But like, your offerings for accommodations have to be awesome. They cannot be half-assed. So like, what you want to do is be like, all right, we're doing vegan food now. We've got like a beet tartare, confit of roasted mushrooms, maple charred Brussels sprouts, house-made tapenade, and rhubarb granita. That's going to tell, like, vegans are going to come to your restaurant and they're going to tell other vegans to come. If you offer a sad piece of bread and a sad piece of lettuce, no vegans are ever going to come to your restaurant. And you need that positive word of mouth if you want to build your community beyond the people who are already here. Another thing to keep in mind is that people have been disappointed before. So if you say like, hey, our venue's accessible, you should come. But it turns out that if you are a wheelchair user, you have to go around back, call some guy named Steve who is definitely doing something else, wait 20 minutes in the rain for him to come and open the back door for you. P.S. lunch is off-site, so you're just going to spend 3 hours in the rain today. Like, is your event accessible? No. Is that person going to tell other wheelchair users to not attend your events? Yeah, probably. They're going to be like, don't do it. Because people are watching, like, especially when you offer new accommodations, like, people want to know, like, how did it go? And they will talk to each other about it. So that means you also have to do your very best to be gracious about feedback. And some of that feedback, like you might have been meaning well and like, oh, okay, so we did a lactation room and, seemed to be going okay. And then the feedback you get is like, no, it was garbage. And it might sound like that person is a little angry and like they've said this 100 times, and they have maybe, but just not to you. So you have to be pretty gracious, because the experience of a person that needs accommodations that have been poorly offered or not offered at all, they're gonna be a little like, you told me to come, and then again, like, and it's not you, it's the collective you have failed that person. So, and people are watching when you give the feedback, when you receive the feedback too. So if your first response is like, oh, it took forever to set that up, like you should be grateful for what you get, like people see that, that is not going to do you any service on getting other folks to come in and appreciate these accommodations. A negative word of mouth is pretty hard to overcome once that starts, so don't do it. All right, I saved the spiciest part for last. Backlash. So that's the other thing that can happen when you do a lot of diversity work. Some people just are like, no. And if I knew the magic way to get them all to like come in and be on board, I would tell you. But I'm going to talk about a couple of the common things that I've seen, and then how to like kind of think about that or handle it or work through it. So for some folks, like complaining is just part of how they see themselves. Like they're like, oh, I'm a shrewd community member, and I always ask the tough questions, like how are we going to pay for it, or like what are we going to lose in exchange for doing this? And for these folks, you want to listen to the complaints, even if they are a little salty, because sometimes there is a nugget of something in there that you can fix. So it might be like, oh, we're doing this and we lost this, and you're like, oh, actually, those don't have to be connected. We could still do this and offer this accommodation. So like, even those complaints, if they're a little grouchy, like kind of be useful to find out like which parts of the changes that you've recently made people are unhappy with. Some folks are just used to everyone being the same. They feel like, oh, it's safe, I'm not going to use the wrong language or use the wrong terms, or like, maybe some of my jokes are sort of sexist, and if everybody's white men, then it's cool. It is not cool. But, that's like this fictional idea that people have in their mind, that if we're all the same, then you can't mess it up, right? And for this problem, I would say there are a lot of studies that show that familiarity helps people kind of break down that otherness. So like if you can set up mentoring programs, mix up your team structure, and like have people take on like a shadow or an apprentice in their work, like with someone that's not like them, once they're like kind of just doing regular work together or collaborating together on a regular basis, instead of being like one of those, it becomes like, oh yeah, that's just Sarah, she's cool, like I have a lesbian friend now and it's no big deal. And so the familiarity tends to like kind of break down that nervousness of like, I don't understand it and I'm going to mess it up because they're not like me. Some folks get a little salty when they see prestige going to people who aren't like them. They're like, oh, that was supposed to go to me or supposed to go to someone like me. And for here, so it might be like a job where it's like, someone says, oh, we did a diversity hire. And so here I think you really want to counter with like the message of why you hired the person, and it's not because of the color of their skin or their gender or whatever. It's like, no, this person is coming with like a ton of OpenStack experience. We're really grateful to have them on the team and to bring all of that knowledge in. So you talk about their attributes and what they're bringing to the team that's not about the diversity. And it's the same with keynotes. Like you'll see people like, oh, we got some people from underrepresented groups. And again, I would gush and say like, this person is bringing an amazing global perspective on what open source can do, or this person is going to be talking about like firmware, and we never get to hear about that. So like, that's why we're bringing them in, not because of like whatever group they belong to. So you want to keep it really posy and just gush about like what's awesome about the people who got chosen for these like prestigious roles. Some folks just can't imagine not being centered, and this one is hard. It's really hard. They're just like they're very comfortable where they are, and they're like, what do you mean it's not all about me? It's like my entire life has taught me that it is basically all about me. And so this one is really difficult, and you'll see pushback on everything. Like you announce at your conference, gender-neutral bathrooms are by the elevators on each floor, once each morning along with 12 other housekeeping announcements, and your conference feedback says, I didn't appreciate having the transgender thing shoved down my throat all the time. Or if your community is nice, they might say, I'm not against transgender people, but I didn't appreciate having the transgender thing shoved down my throat all the time. One of your keynotes talks about how hard it was for them as a woman or a queer person or a person of color to get started in tech, and people complain. I didn't need all this stuff about feelings. This is a technical conference. You book a restaurant with excellent vegan options instead of the steakhouse you did last year for your staff all hands. This year's restaurant was weird. Why can't we just eat somewhere normal again like last year? Or you decide to have COVID safety measures at your conference and you get COVID is over. Immunocompromised people should just stay home. Stop being everyone's mom. Those are loosely from other conference feedback that I've actually gotten in the last few years. So, these feelings can lead to some really angry behavior. Like really angry, like people implying that you did something weird to get your job because you have money, or like you did some kind of like adult fun times with the boss or whatever, or that you're not really smart, you're faking it, like all these kinds of things. And it can be like really harmful, or just like people popping up and like kind of following you around on the internet, and like, it can be grim. And in fact, I had to explain to a venue staff in Europe that one of our speakers, who does a lot of diversity work, had received a death threat on a mailing list the night before our conference. So I had to print out a picture of the person who had made the death threat and share it with the venue staff, who mostly speaks French. And my French is not awesome. It's better for food than like death threats, I guess. And so I was like, this one, gendarme. And they're like, okay, all right. And they were really confused. They were like, what kind of conference is this? That like one of your speakers has received a death threat. And I told them it's about software licensing. I think they didn't believe me, actually. So that was kind of weird. So this is like, that's the kind of anger that someone who's used to being centered, when they're asked to like, hey, can you just scooch over? It's a 3-person couch. Like, you're doing this. And like, it can create a lot of angry feelings. So when you hit stuff like this, I would say keep moving forward and always allow yourself to ask for help. Like, this is definitely one of those things where you don't want to be doing it alone. And to always be thinking about like, who defines normal in your community? If you pick up the purple crayon, then you get to define normal into your community. And you get to say, this is a community that welcomes newcomers. This is a community that does not tolerate the intolerant. And this is a community that where we are nice to each other and we take care of each other. Will you get lots of awards and recognition and extra pay and money? No, sorry. If you're doing it for that, I'm sorry, that's not what is going to happen. Here's what you do get. You do get to be part of like a beautiful, amazing community where people are okay with feelings and they're okay with being vulnerable. They're a community that steps up and supports each other, even when stuff gets hard, like a death threat at your conference. And you get a community of people that want to help you build a radically inclusive and welcoming environment. I hope that will be enough for you, because I want that for all of you. I want that for me, and I especially want it for the next generation of open source software developers. And so I didn't know how much I needed that until I kind of came to some of the more friendly communities in free software and cut ties with some of the more toxic parts. So I hope you will find a community that appreciates you and appreciates its newcomers and is committed to being welcoming and diverse. So thanks. I'm not going to take questions because we're already running behind. Oh, you can find me later.
Thank you so much, Deb. All right. Well, we're going to get our next keynote on here. Oh. Make the path.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Do we want to try moving the camera?
Yeah.
I know it will power itself off, but let's try that real quick.
Sure. Yeah. And let me plug it. While I'm doing that, while you're doing that, I'll.
Hold on, I'm about to stop recording for a second.
Ready?
Wait, was it not recording? I haven't even checked it yet. I thought it was running that whole time, but when I hit stop, it started.
Let's just hope. But again,
It wasn't recording like that. Did it not notice?
Oh, Siri, do you need a clicker? Siri, do you need a clicker?
No, I think now I got
It's
this.
just, yeah, like my.
Yeah. If I was wandering around, I would.
all right.
Okay.
So thank you once again for your patience with our with getting all this working for the first time in 4 years. I'll present our next keynote here. Sheree, please take the one.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for coming. I hope all you're having a good time so far. Wait a minute. All right. Let's kick this off. All right. So my keynote is the Linux app ecosystem. It's something I've been really passionate about, and it's such a pleasure to be able to talk about that here with all of you. And this particular subject is something I'm really passionate about because there's a lot of these things that are happening. It's a renaissance, right? But most of us are not aware of it. And so hopefully at the end of this keynote, you might be intrigued at least, right? So who am I first? I'm Sri. I'm the community manager for One API. I had the privilege of kind of watching open source start from the very beginning, and I joined the GNU project in 1997. I was 25 years old, so it's been over 25 years since I started this whole thing, and in that time I've been doing community engagement and various other things. I also helped start a conference, and I could really understand how Salt and everybody here, how hard it is to run a conference. But anyway, that's who I am. So I want to start first with just trying to understand the terms. What is the app ecosystem, right? And the app ecosystem is many tiers. The first one is we have things like Wayland, the things that are close to the metal, close to the hardware. You have ecosystems like that, like Wayland X, the kernel. All these things are part of the app ecosystem because they talk to your hardware. The next is the distributions. Those are the operating systems. They put together the operating systems so you can get a package experience on your computer. And then there's the desktops, and they're the ones who are providing all these, basically the human interface to your hardware, right? And there's a number of desktops I've selected here. Most of these may be familiar if you're been in this space for a while. And then finally we have the toolkits, which are GTK and Qt. There are others like Flutter that I did not mention, but they're still part of the part I didn't mention is the community, right? The people. Those are one of the biggest part of the app community, and their range, of course, you have your maintainers, you have your contributors, you have important people like the people who triage your bugs, the designers who help design the apps, the graphics artists. So there's a huge, even the event planners, right? Because we like to bring Hackfest together. So, there's a whole range of skill sets that are part of it. And even if you're not contributing, at least you're contributing maybe donations, things like that. And let's not forget the people who make you feel good when you're walking around and working out. Because it's hard out there when you know stores. So if you know people who are friendly and things like that, they're part of the app ecosystem. They're part of everybody's ecosystem. I can't go behind this without talking about the year of the desktop. It drives me crazy, all right? I'm really passionate about this because I hate this meme, right? It really makes me see red. It's annoying because it solves like a Sisyphean task where these group of people are just doing this over and over and over again, but never going anywhere. It's a harmful meme because it feels like nobody's going to take us seriously. And if nobody takes us seriously, they're not going to see our accomplishments in the right light. And honestly, I just want this theme to go away, right? I need it to disappear. And so, how did this arrive, right? How did we get to this thing where people don't care about a desktop? In fact, the reason I call it the app ecosystem is because the moment I say desktop, people suddenly, I could see them kind of shutting down, like, because they don't know how to relate to it, right? And I'm gonna kind of go through a little time warp here, right? It's 1992. And if you're alive here, congratulations at that time. But in that time, the most important part is GNU. GNU and BSD were sort of the pillars of open source back then. You have X11 as well. And this is the kind of that beginning stage, right, of this whole open source thing that started. We flash forward 2002, and now we have more players. We have the Linux kernel. By that time, Linus has come out with the Linux kernel. And working with GNU, we have Mozilla. There was Netscape Navigator that was before. Then we had the two desktop projects, GNU and KDE, that started up. And then we had Apache, right? And moving forward, now we're sort of seeing some tooling things here, right? LAMP started. For those who don't know what LAMP is Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP or Python or Perl, whatever you would like. Now, they kind of conglomerated in that way. And then we still have these other pieces. And they're still important because these desktop projects, especially with the kernel, were really tight because we still were interested in desktops. Because that was our primary, a lot of the folks who were in this space were like systems administrators or folks like that, right? Now, things get a little interesting because Linux Foundation showed up. And Linux Foundation became the playground and basically the conduit for corporate-driven projects, right? Corporations needed a safe space to do projects, open source projects that is a neutral territory, right? And Linux Foundation's job is to be that kind of playground for that. But at that point, now money is coming in, right? And this expansion of open source is going through this. Meanwhile, the peripheral, this app ecosystem bits are starting to kind of pushing up to the periphery, right? And this is where you move another 10 years, and now everything's exploded, right? Now the thing you should understand here is that all of this is tooling. Everything here is, if you're talking about AI ML, it's PyTorch. If you're talking about languages, there's a whole slew of Flask, all kinds of new Rust. There's all these new languages that are coming. Each of them are trying to improve tooling. There's containers now. There's open infrastructure. there's a whole bunch of things going on in data center because we can work in those commonly while still differentiating ourselves on products. So that's why where you see where this money goes. It's not quite sure on that app ecosystem where tooling fits in because that's where the money is going, right? And so that's one of those things. So at the end, the app ecosystem has moved to the outer fringes, and because open source started fueling tooling in infrastructure projects. And what kills me about that situation is the fact that when people enter into the open source ecosystem, they don't have the knowledge of what happened in the past. They don't know what was the contributions done here, right? There's many times, especially if I'm at Linux Foundation conferences, or some of these other ones that are really focused on data center or whatever, I say, hey, you know what GNU is? And they're like, no. Because I have this thing I like to do. I like to go into the booth areas, and I just randomly have conversations with people to see, hey, what do they know? And a lot of times they don't know. Because their entry into the open source field has usually been something like a Windows or a MacBook especially, right? You go to open source conferences, you see a lot of MacBooks, which it makes perfect sense. But at that point though, nobody knows what we did, and so that's kind of sad, right? That's really, at least sad for me, because we put an incredible amount of work by 2019, and a lot of stuff has happened. But what's important to me is that people know that the app ecosystems that we have are significant in its contribution. And I'm going to tell you a story, all right? I'm going to tell you a story. And it's a tale of two file browsers. You might be wondering, what does it have to do with everything? But I'm going to start with first KDE, right? So KDE, back way in the 2000s or so, started writing a file browser. And they called it Conqueror. And if you're a KDE fan, you probably know this really well. And it was really cool because you can go through your files and you can load whatever the content is within the browser. So you never have to leave your browser. It would always move to another application instead of another application. The other thing it could do is it actually could turn into a full-fledged web browser. And so you can like, okay, I think I'm going to do some file browsing, but now you know what? I think I'm going to go for browse the web too. And so you can do all of that because there's a widget called KHTML. And KHTML is the small, efficient, community-led engineering, right? By the KDE community. It's like French kiss, right? That's like the pinnacle of great engineering. Now we move on to the GNOME side. The GNOME side also has a file browser. It was called based on Midnight Commander. It was not a great browser, I must admit. It wasn't a good browser. But it became a better browser because a guy named Andy Hertzfeld showed up. And he had a startup because it was a dot-com boom, and everybody had ideas about companies. But Andy was famous because he was one of the original team of engineers who worked on System 7 on Mac OS or Macintosh. And so he brought his team and started this startup and wrote a GNOME-based browser called Nautilus. Then, how they're going to make money, the idea was they were going to sell internet-based storage. If that seems familiar to you, it's actually Dropbox. Except people don't like anything. An idea has to kind of ferment a little bit before it gets to something that's useful, right? Maybe that was a poor choice of word, fermented. I don't know. But the startup failed, and everybody went back to Apple. Meanwhile, in Apple headquarters, now you're wondering, where is this heading by this time? Because we're now at Apple. And there was a gal named Lisa Melton who was tasked to actually create a browser for the Macintosh or for Mac OS. And the people who were working on easel, who worked on the Nautilus file browser, ended up going back to Apple. And they moved around and they picked up, we need a core functionality for browsing. It became KHTML. And so they forked KHTML and called it WebKit. Now, WebKit is the foundational software because these two projects started two things, and they ended up creating the kind of the core technology that runs web apps. So your web apps, or if you're browsing on your MacBook and you're using Safari, or in the old days they were using Chrome. Chrome was using all these projects that are using WebKit, and so you can see like these are stories that happen that people don't know. But that's not all. So hopefully I don't get over on this keynote. But there's a lot of other technologies that our people in our app ecosystem have delivered. And one of them is the dbus, which is a message bus. If you've ever been on a operating system, on Linux operating system, you might probably know about dbus. In fact, a lot of times people don't know GNU, but they know dbus. There's systemd. Systemd came from one of our people. He still works in the app ecosystem workspace. We're doing things like home directories, stuff like that. That came from our people. And then there's libxml2, which, interestingly enough, if you ever open up your smart TV and you looked at the licensing, you'll always see libxml2 there. So, like in a lot of smart TVs, libxml2 is something. In fact, that's something we created way back in the early 2000s, and it still continues to be useful today. The thing is, building a desktop is a massive amount of engineering, and you have a huge. And you harken back to the community thing and skill set, but you're delivering when you're talking about an app or everything that's around building apps or in the general desktop, right? You need drivers, you need an operating system, and you need frameworks, and then you need community. So you got to work on every level of this, and you have to manage every piece of these technologies. And then there's the people too, because there's all sorts of systems. And if you harken back to Deb's talk there, you have those various types who don't like change, don't like this. So while you're trying to move things forward, there are a lot of people who are like, I don't want to do that. I want to stay in 1995. But so, what is this Renaissance we're talking about? So the genesis of that Renaissance is actually, again, if you went back looking at that historical thing, it's about tooling. And the tooling is what's driving our Renaissance today. And so I got this little timeline, and the big change is that everybody moved to Git, all right? That was the big thing for all of us. We were all using some really antiquated stuff before. We moved to Git, and then we introduced Flatpak. And I'll talk a little bit about Flatpak, because the packaging thing is one of the things that was holding us back. Flatpak, one of the issues with when you're trying to build apps or having apps on Linux platform, every distro has their own toolchain, and that means they all have different versions of compiler. They have different versions of the C library. They have different, and they're all within each of they're all work to build together, right? But then your app behaves differently in each distribution, and so they'll each have their own bug databases. So that's a lot to deal with. And then if you're a closed source, you have to also, if you want be able to get the largest amount of audience for your application, you have to put packages in both Debian or RPM format so that you can get the whole thing. Flatpak and Snaps as well, essentially containerized apps. So you got everything that can run inside the app, inside the container, and then there's also an SDK kit that's part of that. And essentially, you have everything you need to build this app. So you can even contribution process becomes a lot simpler. So that's Flatpak. But the real thing happens is when we move to GitLab. Because GitLab, it is now, we're moving towards a very modern software engineering tool set, right? And after we moved, KDE moved, or we as in the GNOME community, KDE, Debian, Fedora, a lot of these distros moved in, right? Because again, we're talking about a 25-year-old code base. So we proved that those things can work. We can move everything over from our antiquated system over, and so we proved that. So everybody felt more comfortable moving to that. And so with that, we now have the capability of doing CI/CD. We have issues that where we can post graphics, some screenshots, and things like that. So we have a much more impressive set of things to work, tools to work with. And then GNOME OS arrives. Now, this is an idea whose time has come. And it's for us, a little dream come true. Basically, GNOME OS is the idea of driving GNOME's solution from the time you turn on your computer all the way to logging in. Because a lot of those things were done by the distros. And so they don't listen to us a lot of times. So, because you have to go through, they have their own set of procedures and so forth. But if you want to show what the vision is, having control of what that looks like and be able to test that, that's really great. And what GNOME OS allows us to do in an application is it allows designers to prototype new ideas quickly. Now they can make changes, they can see how all those things work. You can provide a distributed version of GNOME. And so if you want to do user studies, in fact we did this, we gave GNOME OS for them to test various UI elements, things like that. QA pipelines, we're working with OpenQA and being able to test, not just for bugs, but actually being able to record the interactions, right? So all that leads to, oh yeah, I forgot one other thing. And also the community can actually just pick it up and just keep testing it, right? So you can also give them, before release, we're actually able to give them GNOME to test. So on the day of release, they already have the ability to write articles, right? So there's an incredible amount of tooling here that's gone in there. And all that leads to a highly reliable, fast-paced development cycle. The other thing we're actually focusing on each other. A lot of times, GNOME and KDE have very different philosophical ideas of what a desktop should be, but we can all agree that working on apps is important. And that's where things like the Linux App Summit comes in. It's really important to be able to get together and work not just with each other, but with the distros, with third-party application writers. There's a whole bunch of folks that we can get together and start working on. So this is that kind of building that momentum. And then with that, we can incorporate standards. We can talk about proliferating applications. I'm losing my voice a little bit because I'm talking so fast. Why is my... Okay, so I've sort of... Technology has failed me today. Okay, so the other thing, though, that's really driving this is, that's unifying us, is we have an app store now. And FlatHub is here. There's also the Snap Store, of course. I'll bring that up. But we have an app store. And that means that we can now present apps to the general public without having to know how to install them or anything like that on a distro, right? And today, we have 22,343 desktop apps. And it's serving about 83.3 terabytes of data. And we had about 1.3 billion downloads this year, and per month, 4 million downloads. This year we added 500 new applications, and that pace is actually accelerating because the tooling has gotten better. There are applications now that help us to help write commits maybe they're how to write icons. Those kinds of applications are coming in there and helping that. Looking at the data, the three largest consumers of Linux applications are U.S., Brazil, and Germany. So that's an interesting idea of who's consuming Linux applications. And so the next step here is to actually make it a full-fledged entity, store, because being able to make money is the only sustainable way where we're going to be able to keep doing this, right? A lot of times people say, what's wrong? Why don't we have a Linux? Going back to that question, why is there no year of the desktop? It's because it's not sustainable. If you're in the global south, and that's really all these other countries, that is in Western Europe or the United States, all of those, right, you can't work on this as a hobby, right? Anything they divert, everything has to come through some financial incentive. And if you can't sell something and make money out of it, then that's going to be problematic. And so there has to be a financial incentive for everyone to actually be part of this ecosystem. And the great thing is success here lifts all boats, right? And one of the things here is that if we put time, money, and people into the app ecosystem, they're going to build more apps, right? And then you're going to grow a crowd that's going to consume those apps, and that's going to demand more Linux-based laptops. Or if there's people making money, it also means that we're driving more consumer-level hardware to the Linux kernel. So now the Linux kernel is growing as well. And so is maybe there's laptop companies, there's third-party businesses. So there's a lot of those that will be fixed. And this technology that we're building, things like Wayland, they can be used in the next generation electric cars that are coming up. There's all these other things that, we're talking the value of just the GNU code base is probably half $500 million worth of time and money and so on, right? It would be very expensive to write your own desktop today, right? And here we're providing it under the GPL. So I'm going to leave you with this thought. Working towards achieving your aims as a community, the highest compliment is that you're achieving it. It's not just you're achieving it, but you're actually in that progress changing lives. And I did not get that from ChatGPT. Even though I did try to look, but I'm like, I don't like any of this. And sometimes I ask them, who wrote this code? I don't know. So this is something I came up because I think it was a thing. So I want to say thank you. If you want to continue the discussion, you can chat with me on Matrix. I'm also on Mastodon, Twitter, or X, or whatever it's called today. And you can email me as well. I have a lot of, I'm sure there's a lot of things to discuss, especially there's a lot of people who love packaging, talking about that. But if you want to know what would take to have a successful Linux desktop, come by and talk with me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. All right, well, that's it for this morning's keynotes. We'll have 2 more tomorrow. Today we have a bunch of talks lined up, and between them, they get started in about 15 minutes. Go grab some coffee, tea, other refreshments. We have a career expo going on all day, I didn't mention, so if you want your resume reviewed or advice on that sort of thing, that's going to be going on out in the main lounge area. And stop by some of our sponsors. Once again, we've had scheduled directions at the beginning. We have Google, and we have Intel as fiscal sponsors, as well as a bunch of media and other supporting sponsors. So I hope you have a great time, and come find me, say hi. I will look forward to seeing you throughout the day and weekend. Thank you very much. This is live.
Yeah, there's live over there. We're doing that. So this is Tekka. This is my first time meeting him in person.
Cool.
We've got like a 10-minute gap for.
Yeah.
Great. I'm gonna put Adroll on.
Okay, great. Okay. And then yeah, please.
StreamYard YouTube. To local live. It is not showing up on my side. Okay. We're gonna recreate your source here. Alright, so I'm gonna stop the stream and restart it. I don't know if AJ needs to push a button on the YouTube end for that to not break.
Let me go and check with AJ.
He's in track 2, one of them. He's in room 3 right now. Start streaming. Okay, great. You were live. This laptop is your microphone for the recording and for the world. That is your microphone for the room. So, can you project?
I can certainly try with a mask on.
All right, great. I'm gonna arrange this a little bit differently here,
Yep.
so that hopefully your sound will bounce off this instead of bouncing away.
Gotcha.
Okay, great. That is live and recording. Do you want to be introduced?
No, there's no need.
Okay, great. You start officially at 10:30 in 10 minutes. We're supposed to have an Adroll going, but if I switch to the Adroll, then this breaks. So that's not going to happen. Thank you very much for presenting at SeaGL.
Thanks for setting this
Thanks
up.
for dealing with us. All right, I'm going to go run around and talk to people about things. Thank you.
Have a good time.
Los speakers se pueden quitar la máscara para
¿Ah, sí?
hacer sus speeches. Entonces, pues, darla así. Porque es más fácil para...
Pues sí, ¿por qué no me pones antes?
Digo, solo te digo que tienes la opción. Foto para el Swift, foto para el Signal, foto para el...
LinkedIn.
Probably like this is going like pretty smooth. The only real issue is that every 30 minutes I have to hit stop the recording. So as long as I keep that and track, I can do that too.
Okay, that works.
Other than that, for the last few months, I've just been sitting here while it's going.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And then we don't have a cam link, so we can't have. We're gonna have to add this in post processing for today, but tomorrow I can bring my. I'm like an AliExpress kind of similar to a cam link. I can connect it, and then we don't have to edit. And I also camcorder through battery.
Okay, yeah, so can I get you to run the live stream for this room?
Yep.
Let me find out if they're compatible. I'll send you the cheat sheet. We might have printed it. Okay, thank you so much. Ping me on Matrix. I'll send you that on Matrix. Ping me if you have like questions or issues or whatever, and I'll come back here.
The only things in like 10 minutes I'm about to go repark my car because I'm in a 2-hour spot.
Okay.
Andrew paid for 2 hours of parking.
Got it. Okay. So we can
At 10:40, so.
at 10:40. Okay. So I can handle this room, and then you can switch out for me when we're back.
Yep.
Okay. I'll be back shortly.
I got like 90 parking. Yeah. I have a bunch of notes because I have like no money on my account right now, so and I have to.
Oh, it's actually fine. I was honestly glad to be able to give that to someone. To me, I parked in a different parking lot on board, but it let me put how many hours it was. So I moved my car to a different lot. I do that all the time. Okay. When I see taxes on yours, that makes me sad. Yeah. It's really moment of power to be like, please for someone's tax.
Okay, so business expense on here.
And they just get like, they just get like random videos and
Share that feedback so that maybe they'll at least know that it's not. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone for being here. Hello to everyone online as well. My name is Guilherme, but you can just call me Guy for short. I'm a software engineer. I love FOSS. I'm also a person who cares deeply about their privacy and their freedoms online, especially. And I'm speaking here today on behalf of no one but myself. I'm not sponsored. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I came here out of my own volition. I am not under any duress. And this is a talk about a hobby. And some of the lessons I've learned thanks to the hobby. And the lessons touch on subjects like security and privacy and freedom. And the hobby in question is home labbing. Now, home labbing, as I define it, is about playing with what is often considered to be enterprise technology, but in the privacy of your own home. And this means, deploying your own servers, managing your own firewalls, making sure your networking is done correctly, and having your own Google Photos or having your own WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, etc. Now, as I've immediately just said, WhatsApp and Google Photos clearly already exist. Why would anyone bother having their own copy of these? Let me explain by talking about a different hobby of mine. So, right at the end of the pandemic, I got into the miniature 3D printing and painting hobby. On the surface, it's a perfectly balanced hobby. On the one hand, I'm playing with very cool tech, right? 3D printing. And on the other, I have an artistic outlet because I'm painting these guys. And as I was getting more and more into it, to my surprise, miniatures turned out to be quite the iceberg kind of hobby. I didn't know that there were ethics involved in it about printing my own miniatures, buying the official ones from official stores, and what are all these unofficial miniatures that people make and sell online? Are these what's up with these? How do I deal with the technical details of the hobby itself? For example, dealing with the waste management of resin printing. Did you know that water washable resin cannot be poured down the drain with water? You don't need to understand anything of what I've just said. I chose to use this miniature hobby as an example because it's niche, and most of the audience probably isn't familiar with it. And that's probably how most other people feel when we talk about FOSS and why it's important to us. The only point I want to make here is that there's a lot to consider behind the scenes, and it's hard to convey the importance of these considerations to people that either don't really care or they're just completely ignorant to the existence of these considerations. So, thanks to that experience of producing my own minis, I had a shift in perspective. I've come to appreciate the devils that hide in the details of these minis when I consume them. To bring this talk back to software land, in Mexico, where I lived for over 12 years, WhatsApp is the chat app of choice, period. I think it was in 2021, I remember I was happy to hear their announcement that they were finally implementing end-to-end encryption. But I also thought about the devil in the details again. And a couple of Google searches later, I immediately learned that WhatsApp would still collect metadata, right? They would still collect data about who you talk to, and at what times, and on what devices, etc. So I got into the home labbing hobby when a friend from work, who introduced me to the hobby, and he's also a FOSS enthusiast, asked me a very simple question, which was, where can we chat? So, when working with the miniatures, the hobby of playing with the miniatures is really, it doesn't exhaust what the hobby is really about. It doesn't exhaust all of the considerations that you have to, bear in mind. And when we use apps and services, they're never really free. And this isn't new. But with software as a hobby in particular, there are so many details between which devils thrive. And they're hard to see and they're hard to convey to people. So to answer my friend's question, where can we chat? One of the first services I hosted, and still host, is an instance of Zulip. Zulip is basically a FOSS version of Slack. So, IRC, modernized on steroids, looks great on web. It's awesome. And I can wholeheartedly recommend it to anyone interested in hosting their own chat service. It solves all of the concerns that you could have with WhatsApp. It was my first deployment of a production-ready service, exposed to the internet. So after I deployed it, I didn't even want to touch it, right? Because I feared I would break something. And time passed. I think I was running Zulip version 5, and one day, my community of people chatting in Zulip got excited about the newest version of Zulip, as it added some features that they wanted to check out. Fair enough. No problem, I thought to myself. Easy peasy, git clone, install script, will be fine, right? Except, no, this new version of Zulip was no longer compatible with the version of Postgres I had running. Okay, no problem. I was, apt update, apt upgrade, will be good to go. Except, no, the version of Postgres wasn't available the new version of Postgres that I needed was not available in the repos for the version of Debian that I was running. Specifically, Debian 11 had a different version of glibc, which changes the way that Postgres orders text, the so-called collations. So recklessly upgrading may just corrupt all of our database indexes that rely on them, compromising the service entirely. So Zulip had been set up so long ago, it was still running Debian 10, and I needed to upgrade to Debian 11. And what seemed to be, at first, a simple app update became an entire system upgrade. And you know what the worst part of this story is? My community was actually talking about version 7 of Zulip. Now, did this happen because I was an amateur sysadmin with limited time and resources? Not really. Even the tech giants struggle with stuff like this. This is an article from The Verge. Microsoft Teams went down near the start of the pandemic, when it was really soaring in popularity, because they forgot to renew a certificate. And as part of my Zulip upgrade, because Zulip is written in Python, I remember running into an entirely different issue. In 2021, a pull request to Python's crypto library caused an enormous dumpster fire. Basically, Rust, the language, was added as a non-optional dependency. And the problem is that Rust, as a language, isn't supported on all the platforms that the crypto library was supported on. So, I'm glad you can't quite read it on screen because it's really bright here in the morning, but the comments in that pull request were crazy. People got aggressive. So, that upgrade nightmare of mine is not just the result of a newbie sysadmin, neglecting a computer for a year, though that didn't help, of course. That pull request from the repo wasn't a problem because, people were being reckless and they didn't consider the consequences of their changes. No, just software is hard. Speaking as someone for whom software is both a passion and a profession, running hardware and software reliably over long periods of time is hard, even for the tech giants. Now, earlier this year, I had the good fortune of speaking to Roger, one of the founders of Tor, the Tor project. And he shared a tremendously simple and accurate definition of privacy, which is the ability to choose what others know about you. And when people say that privacy is a right, they are technically correct. However, and this is crucial, rights only exist as long as they can be enforced. Now, for future viewers of this, today is November 4th, 2023, and the Israel-Hamas war is on the top of mind. It's on every news feed. And just about a month ago, 23andMe shared publicly, they disclosed that they had been the target of a cyber attack and that they had suffered a severe data breach. And the threat actor behind the attack posted a sample of the data that they stole. And they made it very clear that they targeted people of Jewish ancestry. Another service that I publicly host is Diaspora, which is an ActivityPub-based social network. Apparently, my node is the longest running node of the network in the state of Washington, or it was at some point. And 3 days ago, my only admin on the platform, who is also a volunteer here at SeaGL, discovered that somebody had abused the service and had registered 1,600 bot accounts because I forgot to disable free registration at some point. I spent hours diagnosing the scope of the mistake and blocking all the accounts. And luckily for me, they were just used for sending spam. I have no reason to believe that there was any data breach of any kind. However, the only reason I was able to address this issue with the appropriate urgency is because I'm using false. I didn't have to open a support ticket with the company. I didn't have to schedule an appointment. I was empowered to do it myself when it mattered most. So privacy has become a skill. Enforcing privacy has become much more of a skill than a right. And if it were a right, you could rely on both public and private institutions alike to do it for you. Nowadays, though, in practice, it's not something that anyone can guarantee. Here in the US in particular, it is well known that the government regularly subpoenas companies like Meta, Google, and Signal. So, to some extent, companies cannot guarantee privacy under those conditions. The net is vast and infinite, and there will always be data predators. Also part of my home lab is a Raspberry Pi 3 running Pi-hole. If you are not familiar with Pi-hole, it's what is called a DNS sinkhole, meaning that it has a list of domains that it deliberately does not resolve. These are primarily related to ads, but they may also include other quality of life lists, such as domains related to malware. It proactively protects you from a huge amount of these aforementioned data predators. And during the pandemic, my fiance and I spent many months working from home, like most of you. And at some point, she and I both switched jobs, and we are foreigners, so we had to temporarily leave the US to work through the appropriate paperwork. And during this time outside of home, we both noticed just how used we were to not seeing ads. It was shocking. It was really like dealing with the browser toolbar pandemic of the early 2000s all over again, except at this time you don't need to install them because they show up on every web page all of the time by default. So the point is that Pi-hole, it runs on less than $50 of hardware. And I bought that Raspberry Pi many years ago. It took less than an hour to install, set it up and get it running. And honestly, the Raspberry Pi itself is a massive overkill when it comes to hardware for running a service this simple. You don't need much to have a lot of impact. While I was out there, I also installed ad blockers on my mom's computer while, she, who's not a tech-savvy person, could immediately tell the difference as well, just by installing an extension. So I've spent the first half of this talk barely talking about the tech of a home lab. I've briefly mentioned Zulip, Diaspora, Pi-hole. Like I mentioned in the beginning, it's hard to convey the importance of the details of these services unless you have a reason to care. And I hope I've given you some reasons to care. And my Zulip has about a dozen active users who are all friends or loved ones that I completely trust. And thanks to Zulip, the conversations that we have with one another are nobody's business except our own. My Diaspora instance has about 100 legitimate registered users, none of which I know really. But I guarantee you, I haven't been subpoenaed for their data. Searching for data in that server in my home would require a warrant. Having a Pi-hole is the project with near infinite effort to quality of life ratio. I cannot live without it. If I ever have to leave my home network for any reason, for an extended period of time, I would absolutely invest in running Pi-hole in some way that makes it available to where I am at the time. By installing and maintaining and upgrading all of these services, I've grown, both as a person and as a software engineer and a sysadmin. And just as a friendly reminder, I'm not sponsored by anyone, or I'm not sponsoring anything here. There's no Amazon affiliate links. I'm going to give you the directions to setting up a home lab similar to how I did it. But there's a million different ways to get started with this hobby. This is merely one of them. From this point on in this presentation, I'm just a guy geeking out about free software, and I'm going to give you tips so you get hooked into the same hobby that I love. Breadth is going to be the focus of this, not depth. I leave depth as an exercise to the audience. That's the joy of the hobby. So, first step, you need a server. And all a server is a computer. And corporations and schools and large institutions, they cycle their workstations every set amount of years. And the computers that are recycled this way, that are cycled out, they are often very high quality, very well maintained, with many, many spare parts available. And sometimes they even still have warranty. And because these computers are used and they're coming in mass, at a predictable schedule, they also tend to be very, very cheap. Also, there's very few meaningful hardware improvements for our purposes year after year. All you really need is hardware accelerating cryptography nowadays, but that's ubiquitous, as well as the capacity to virtualize, because some lower-end processors don't enable that. ServeTheHome.com wrote a great article about what they're calling their tiny, miny, micro machines. The link on screen is an excellent tutorial that goes in depth about the technical aspect of these machines, their prices, what you should use them for, where to find replacement parts, etc. And this is what I would recommend for most people. Alternatively, if you don't want to spend any money at all, it's possible. Just use any old computer you have at home. I started playing with this with my college laptop from 2014, and it still works. While I was out of the country, I even had reached out to my university campus, and I asked them about their electronics recycling plan. And they didn't mind me asking about it at all. I just explained I was looking for a used cheap computer, and I was a student at the campus before. I know the computers are well taken care of, and they were happy to cooperate. So now, you have a computer. What operating system should you use for home labbing? I cannot recommend Proxmox enough. Proxmox virtual environment is a Debian-based distro that you install on your server, and it allows you to control it remotely through a web UI, a wonderful web UI. Being Debian-based, upgrades are somewhat infrequent, but they're always very well documented and generally painless, so the maintenance it requires is fairly minimal. And the web UI hits the perfect balance between being user-friendly, but also being actually powerful and flexible. And in any case, the web UI always has a button, one click away, that drops you immediately into a root shell. It's perfect for newbies and power users alike. I love it. So now we have an operating system that makes it dummy-proof to install apps and services. You might want to connect it to the internet. What ISPs offer to consumers is a device that, unbeknownst to the consumer, is juggling a combination of multiple distinct roles. This thing on screen is pretending to be a switch, responsible for connecting devices and creating a network, a wireless access point, a router responsible for taking that network and connecting to other networks, and a modem, which is responsible for converting signals to and from analog and digital media. And 9 times out of 10, the device that you get does a barely okay job at one of these tasks individually, and a terrible job at doing all of them at the same time. And some ISPs even charge you a monthly rental fee for these. That's crazy. Not to mention, they absolutely run some strange proprietary software, and they're all different. Finding documentation from them is terrible. Please avoid these. These devices were not created with your best interests in mind. As soon as possible, you should replace them with the dedicated devices that do a much better job for those individual tasks. If possible, I would recommend that you replace your current router with a machine from one of these 2 sellers. Again, not sponsored. PC Engines is a company based in Switzerland, and they sell small machines called APUs. And they have both open source software and hardware. And they used to sponsor the development of open source firmware for those machines as well. Perfect. Unfortunately, sometime in this year, 2 things happened, and that is the manufacturing for the SoC that they use in that device on the left stopped, so no new ones are being made. So stock is going to be limited, and it will only get smaller. And also, they stopped sponsoring the development of their open source firmware recently. Apparently, another project called Dash Arrow has taken over. I can still recommend these in 2023, no doubt. But if you are watching this well after 2023, this might not be the best recommendation for you then. The second recommendation is a different company called Kotom. They are a Chinese manufacturer who, unlike PC Engines, have a wide array of mini computers with all sorts of hardware configurations. Where they lack in support for open firmware, open hardware, open software, FOSS, they do make up for it in variety and accessibility. You can literally buy a Kotom machine off of Amazon. Just make sure that you're getting a machine with multiple network interfaces if you want to use this as a routing device, at least 3. These machines may be more expensive than what you get provided by the ISP, but these machines will last you years. Now, once your APU or your Kotom arrives in the mail, what operating system do you install on those? I suggest that you install either something called OPNsense or BFsense. They are similar to Proxmox in that once installed, the primary way you interact with it is through the web UI, and again, it has this perfect balance between being user-friendly and being actually powerful. And with OPN or BFsense installed, you're pretty much ready to buy a domain name and assign it to your home address and set up dynamic DNS, and then you never have to worry about your home IP address again. If you're someone like me who really enjoys playing games, if you host a game server for your friends, you're not going to spend half your time dictating your IP address to them. You can literally say what your domain name is. It's awesome. And no, I didn't forget about OpenWRT. I just wouldn't recommend it as an alternative to OPNsense and PFSense for a router. OPNsense and PFSense do have a large amount of features that make it much easier to use and configure and migrate, etc. I've had many home labbing friends, though, that tell me they use OpenWRT exclusively when talking about wireless access points. Now, networking is a huge, huge topic. And if I don't control myself, I'm going to spend the rest of this talk just talking about networking. That subject probably deserves a talk of its own. I will allude to it in a few slides as well. So now, you have a custom server with custom virtualization and a custom home network. What do you do with all this? What do you install? This list on GitHub, called Awesome Self-Hosted, has literally hundreds, if not thousands, of suggestions. And I encourage you to go window shopping through this repo. Really, there's a bit of everything in there. There's wikis, there's web servers, there's to-do lists, there's stuff for Internet of Things, there's games. I enjoy just reading through the changes of projects that they add and move from this list. Now, the whole point of this lobby is that you get to decide that. You choose how your data is handled and where and when. And you can literally see the machine that is doing that processing. And if you mess up your machine, if you mess up a container, you mess up a virtual machine, you can, and you should, just destroy the virtual machine and recreate it. Start from scratch. Try the same distro again. Try a different one. It's literally free. And you will make mistakes, and you will learn from them. I have certainly made mistakes with my virtual machines, but I'm a better person for it. And I previously mentioned that networking was a huge topic, but I was only referring to the software part of networking. Most software you use reflects your real-life network. If you want to find interesting apps and services to host, go talk to people. Maybe at a convention like this one. DN42, for example, it's an online community based primarily in Europe, but it's worldwide, of people who have built their own private, layered internet of their own. All the information I've shared today may seem overwhelming. I can totally see myself from 5 years ago being intimidated by this very talk. But if you look at any of the websites for the apps and services and distros, or if you look at the homepage for DN42, they love newcomers. Everyone was a newbie once, even me. That's partly why I'm giving this talk. And if it was my disposition that intimidated you, it's only because I'd be stoked for you to be a part of the hobby. There will be a talk in room 2 at 2:30 about building a hackerspace in Mexico. And if you have the chance, I suggest you give them a listen. This hobby, as with everything, it's a skill that is learnable. And the more you do it, the easier it gets. Developing awareness of the devil in the details of all the apps and services you use is a learnable skill. Much like, using Linux and VMs, doing your networking, there are also learnable skills. Regularly now, I open up my phone, I open an app, and then I take a moment and think, where's the devil hiding in here? Can I replace this? What can I self-host? And well, I can't believe I just spent this entire presentation talking about FOSS and computers and servers. I have been super anxious to give this talk, and I hope that this inspires at least one of you to give home labbing a shot. Thank you, and for those of you who are going to point this out, no, I am not self-hosting my own email. I'm sorry, that is really complicated. I'm working on it. I am open to questions from anyone. Going once. Hi, yes.
How do you deal with SSL certificates for all these services?
CertBot.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, the question was, how do I deal with SSL certificates for my services? So the way I do it, that makes it very easy to manage, and as far as I can tell, it seems to be perfectly safe, is I have an instance of Nginx acting as a reverse proxy for all of the services that I run. And that instance, that one service, has access to all of the services that I have there I'm running, right? It is a reverse proxy. It needs to know what services exist. And so that Nginx instance has a little something called certbot running, which is a command line tool that works with, who's the issuer?
Let's Encrypt?
Yes, Let's Encrypt, thank you. That automatically works with Let's Encrypt on a schedule, and they renew my certificates on a predictable manner, and they're all in the same place, and they're all fine. That is how you do security, right? You have a single tool that does what you need every time without fail on a schedule. Any more questions? Comments? Donations? Oh, thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of SeaGL.
Did you marry your fiance?
I'm working on it.
Media hora exactamente. I got nervous.
No sé si tenemos preguntas online porque
Oh, ¿tenemos preguntas online? Is that a thing?
it's a thing.
Oh,
Solo nadie está checando el room.
how do I check?
I think you have to go to attend.seagull.
Okay.
No sé si viste el schedule, pero mañana hay una plática de una persona que está
Yeah, I think we have a good 11:30. Good for a while. Yeah. I'm gonna grab my laptop too.
Fixing the comment in the moment. Lesson learned.
Because I missed the first 3 years. How long have you been running your own company? How have those experiences grown into like Web3?
Ooh, playing with Kubernetes has been not fun at home, but supremely useful at work.
That sounds like
Yes. It's also understanding debugging like
I was like, what?
also dealing with IPv4. Yeah, if you had IPv6, that would be like nothing to learn.
Hello, Track 1 live stream. It's me, Romeo. Looks like we've got a bit of a break until 11:30, but there are talks going on. There is a talk going on in the Room 3 live stream, which has just been renamed because we had to redefine what Rooms 2 and 3 were. Thank you for coming to SeaGL. Very much.
Nobody should care about this, but Nintendo does. Nintendo does.
He's online. He's online. He's a remote guy. Yes.
That's terrible.
So, talk about this. The reason I asked this question is I a lot about my hosting company.
Yeah, I think he was going to come, but last minute.
Okay, sure. Yeah, okay, Josh Simmons is a remote presenter, which means,
But at least we have time before.
yeah, we have a little bit of time. Okay. Oh, yeah, no. So everyone can hear me typing. Everyone in the world can hear me typing, and it's saved forever on YouTube. Let's switch to
Can you hear me now? Excellent. Yeah, of course. Thank you for having the option to present remotely. I am glad to still be able to give this talk. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Yes, sir. Okay. 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 Perfect. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm ready to present. Okay. Of course. Thank you. Hello. All right. Hello, SeaGL. I am so sorry that I'm not able to join you in person today. Had a COVID exposure late last week, and my better half is sick. So thought it best, especially given the subject matter here in SeaGL's health and safety policy, not to risk anybody else's health and safety. So I am presenting from home today, and huge thanks to all the volunteers at SeaGL for making this possible. So today, we're going to talk about health and safety policies and practices, an essential complement to the code of conduct, accessibility measures, and outreach programs that make your events safer and more inclusive. Fundamentally, safer and more inclusive events make people happier, healthier, better connected, and more productive. A sound health and safety practice should be seen not just as risk mitigation or a box to tick in terms of doing the right thing, but as an investment that ensures you and your community are getting the most out of all the time and energy you put into running an event in the first place. A culture of care goes a long way in community work. Now, while very few community organizers, event planners, and industry leaders would disagree with any of that in principle, but the reality is most of us, the vast majority of us, are not rising to the occasion when it comes to health and safety. Now, there are bright spots where organizers are truly leading the way at events from PyCon US to the Open Infra Summit Vancouver and FOSSI to SeaGL. But a health and safety practice is far from consensus in the global tech industry, much less events more generally. Like the Code of Conduct movement, adoption was slow until it wasn't. And I hope that that is the case also with health and safety policies. You being here today or listening later to the video, you and I are part of how we raised the bar for this collective practice in health and safety. Now, before I carry on, I have to give a shout out to Deb Nicholson and her fantastic keynote this morning. It is true that diversity and allyship, sometimes hard, often hard lessons, hard won, and we don't get a cookie for doing the right thing. This is very much in keeping with the direction of what Deb shared with us earlier. So let me introduce myself. Hello, my name is Josh Simmons, pronouns he, they, and I'm a community organizer, open source strategist, nonprofit geek, and activist based in Petaluma, California. If you've never heard of Petaluma, we're about an hour north of San Francisco. These rolling hills in my background are meant to be reminiscent of the Windows XP Bliss photo, that background. That photo was taken just about 16 miles from where I live. I work as the managing director of the Matrix.org Foundation, am a partner in Open Chapters, vice president of Petaluma Pride, co-organizer of North Python, and former president of the Open Source Initiative. Yeah, I wear a lot of hats, and occasionally apples too if the photographer suggests it in the prompts. Now, most relevant for today's discussion, I'm also the organizer of the Public Health Pledge, and a disabled man with chronic illness, with elder care responsibilities, who has already lost too much to COVID. Some of you may know, I lost one of my brothers unexpectedly last year at the young age of 43, following a nasty COVID infection that he never recovered from. And I have friends who barely have the energy to get through the day, let alone managing to carry on feeding themselves in this society and also finding a way to live a fulfilling life outside of work. And I know that I'm high risk, that a lot of people depend on my income, that I already struggle as a neurodivergent person to eke out the productivity demanded of me on a week-to-week basis. And I know that for me personally, I absolutely cannot afford to fall out of the workforce. So I'm deeply motivated to keep myself and my community safe, and I do everything I can to help us and me avoid unnecessary harm. So that's why I'm giving this talk, and that's why I authored the Public Health Pledge. What I am not, however, is an epidemiologist or a doctor or a scientist of any kind. I just have a knack for finding reliable signals and synthesizing the work of experts across domains, and I hope that that is what I have done for you here today. So, how we're going to talk about this today. First, we're going to talk about what is health and safety. We're going to introduce the concept, and we're going to explore some examples together. We're then going to zoom out and place this all in context and provide some fundamental concepts that I think will bear fruit for you in the long run. And after we do that, we're going to dig into the actual practice of health and safety. The last time I gave this talk, it was perhaps more persuasion than it needed to be. Realistically, if you're in the room and you're paying attention to this presentation, you don't need to be persuaded of the value of health and safety. So today is going to be a lot more practical than the last time I gave this talk. We're going to talk about defining a policy, communicating a policy, and thinking about your venue and on-site logistics. We'll wrap up with a perspective on this work and how it might change in the years to come, because it will change. Okay. Event health and safety is a set of policies, practices, and resources that ensure your participants stay healthy. All of us, as event organizers, whether we're doing it because our job is as an event planner, or we're a volunteer who likes bringing people together, or we help out at a nonprofit that puts on events, whatever the reason is that we have for organizing events, we start our journeys as caring event organizers by not hosting events in, for instance, a pit of molten lava that will definitely kill everybody. And then we build from there to figure out what more we can do to make sure that we're convening people in a safe and healthy manner. Now, seriously, health and safety starts early in the decision-making process as an organizer and is a lens across many of the logistics. For North Bay Python, even before the pandemic started, part of our health and safety practice was to move our event out of fire season. Though we didn't consider it our health and safety practice, that is what it was. Now, the policies and resources that we provide the participants in our events with are literally just the tip of the iceberg. As we'll see soon, a health and safety resource can cover everything from food allergies to local medical and emergency services. But the focus of this talk is about health and safety as it pertains to reducing the transmission of airborne diseases. Con flu, con crud, COVID-19, you name it. And when it comes to preventing the spread of airborne diseases, these are the pillars we must address, very roughly ordered, starting with the most potent and achievable on down. And we'll dig into these more deeply later. Collectively, masks, air quality, alternatives, tests, and vaccines, all of these are about achieving at least one or of two things. One, minimizing the number of people who show up to your event while infectious. And two, mitigating transmission on site, because inevitably somebody will be sick. So let's talk a little bit about each of these briefly. Masks, first of all. Masks are about mitigating transmission on site, because no matter how robust your approach, somebody's going to show up sick whether or not they know it. Masking, if there's one thing that you take from this talk, please let it be this. Masking is far and away the easiest, cheapest, and most effective way for event organizers to keep attendees from sharing their con crud. If you do nothing else as an event organizer, do this. Require masks. Air quality. Air quality is about mitigating transmission through the use of outdoor venues, ventilation, and air purification. Alternatives. Alternatives could include easy refunds or remote participation options to minimize the number of people who actually show up while infectious. Tests. Tests also help minimize the number of people who show up while infectious. If I'm not showing symptoms of being sick, or maybe I think it's just allergies, but I take a test and it tells me that, oh no, you've got COVID-19, then I have the information I need to not only take care of myself, but avoid going to an event that would put other people at risk. And then vaccines. Vaccines are a modern miracle that help both up and downstream of the problem, but they can be challenging to engage with as an event organizer, and we'll dig into a little bit about why later. And when we do that, we'll talk about how you can think through using these tools for yourself. But first, let's explore some examples in health and safety. Now, these examples are from around North America. Each example, notably, has its strengths and its room for improvement. And I want us to remember when we look at these that this is an evolving practice, even among those who are leading the way. I've been watching this closely for about 2 years now, even before I started the Public Health Pledge, and I have seen evolution in how organizers are doing this. That evolution will continue. So this is just a snapshot of what I see as good examples we can learn from today. One last thing before we look at the examples, I want you to notice that the events we look at here run the gamut in terms of size, budget, and staff. Indeed, some, like SeaGL, are substantially or completely volunteer run. The reason I want you to notice that is I want you to be prepared to handle objections. Because when I do advocacy for event health and safety, I get objections that it's not feasible, it's not realistic, or whatever. I call bullshit. It is possible and feasible at any size and scale of event. So let's dig in. First, I want to give a shout out to Monktoberfest. Monktoberfest is an annual event run by the analyst firm called Red Monk. And last year, when I was just about to hit the breaking point and finally buckle down and author the Public Health Pledge, we had several events in the industry, several major events in the industry that had a COVID policy, a health and safety policy that, for instance, included masks and physical distancing. And then as soon as the local health authorities said, you know what, the emergency is over, do whatever the hell you want, those events rolled back their policies. And there's a lot that I can and want to say about that, but that's for another time or another blog post. In this context of seeing events pull the rug from under attendees who had already made the risk calculation and decided to invest in booking hotel rooms and flights and perhaps spending time preparing presentations, doing the rug pull on them was obscene and rude. And in this context, I saw that Monktoberfest had a no rollback policy. And what I mean by no rollback policy is their website plainly states, then and even to this day, that they will only strengthen their health and safety policy between the time it's announced and when the event is actually run. No surprises for attendees. No discovery of, oh, this is no longer a safe place for me to go, so I have to pull out and here are the consequences for me professionally and financially. So I want to give a shout out to Monktoberfest because that no rollback policy has been pivotal in informing health and safety across the industry. And we'll look at how that has happened. And they have inspired the very first point in the 3-point public health pledge, which is the no rollback policy. Now, Monktoberfest does a lot of other things right too, and you may notice if you go and look at it, they do not require masks. What they do require are vaccines and tests, and they provide tests, and they do verification of the test results and the vaccines through a third-party service provider. Those are really important things that they're doing to mitigate the risk. Granted, not every event can afford to do those things. One of the other things that Monktoberfest did is they changed their venue. They moved to a venue with much improved ventilation. Now, collectively, does this make their event risk-free? No. There's no such thing as risk-free, but they have taken numerous steps. They've engaged multiple pillars of health and safety in order to make the event safer than it would otherwise be. Next, let's look at the Open Infra Summit, Vancouver 2023, which is hosted by the Open Infrastructure Foundation. And I should note, the Open Infra Foundation was the first event to sign on to the Public Health Pledge. They engaged with me directly saying, hey, here's what we're doing. Could we do better? And in fact, through those conversations, we did find some small improvements that they could make. Their policy includes a mask requirement, a vaccine requirement, and critically, no rollbacks. They also had some resources available for people on site, such as tests available to people who were there on financial assistance to make sure that everybody had access to the tools that they needed to keep themselves and everybody around them safe. Next, let's look at PyCon US. Now, this is about PyCon US 2024, but they have been doing this for a couple of years at this point. 2023 and their 2022 events also have strong health and safety policies. So what do? They require masks. They encourage vaccines. They encourage rapid testing. And they make some freely available, again, for people who might not be able to afford them on their own. They also enable online participation and offer easy refunds if you get sick. Again, critically, they have a commitment in their policy to not roll this back. Now, here's a different kind of example. This is KubeCon 2023 by the Linux Foundation and Cloud Native Computing Foundation. Now, I have to say, the Linux Foundation events on the whole have a less robust approach to COVID-19, to health and safety when it comes to COVID-19 and airborne diseases. They do recommend masks and vaccines, and for that, good, they should. What I think is a real standout about the health and safety policy that one finds with Linux Foundation events is that they are thorough, very thorough in other regards. They are the most holistic health and safety policies I've seen from tech events. For instance, they cover food allergies, general safety practices and tips, a roll-up of local medical and emergency resources. Heck, they've got a weapon policy in there. It is clear that the organizers of the Linux Foundation's conferences are being very thoughtful about these things and putting a lot of effort into accumulating these resources. And I think a lot of us who maybe are doing better on health and safety could still afford to improve and learn from the example that the Linux Foundation has set on these other areas. And of course, SeaGL. SeaGL has a robust policy. Masks, vaccines, tests, ventilation, physical distancing, alternatives, no rollback. It's all there in the policy. And the policy has very clear language. And I'd be remiss if I didn't note that that language was first inspired by my better half, Christopher Neugebauer, the lead organizer of North Bay Python, who wrote that health and safety policy, which SeaGL forked from. But SeaGL didn't have to fork that policy. They could have decided, we're fine. We're not going to put the energy and effort into this. But they did. To the massive credit of the organizers and volunteers around SeaGL, They put a lot of energy into this, and it shows. They've set a strong baseline, and not only did they set a strong baseline in their policy, if you look closely, you'll note that there are things that they say they would strive to do or they would hope to do. And what I think is so brilliant about that is they have signaled to participants, prospective and actual, that here are the things we are going to do, and here are the things that we want to do but may not be able to. They've at least given attendees a sense of direction, and that combined with the no rollback policy means that I, as an attendee, as a prospective attendee, could look and say, okay, well, I like what they have in place. Does that match my risk profile? Maybe, maybe not. Do the things that they say they want to do, would that change my risk calculus? Maybe, maybe not. The key is that they are giving me as much information as they have and allowing me to make informed decisions, which I think is very important. Not every event does a great job of communicating the things that they would hope to do, but aren't able to, or the things that they would like to do, or things that are, perhaps even insufficient about the event, flagging things like, well, we're not able to provide free tests for people. These are important steps to model in our communication on matters as important as health and safety. Now, I have to note that SeaGL would itself be one of 4 institutional signatories to the Public Health Pledge. But yours truly here got laid off early this year, and that definitely derailed the work that I was doing on this stuff. So my apologies, frankly, to the SeaGL team, because they had put in the effort and they should be considered an institutional signatory to the Public Health Pledge. It is only because of my lack of bandwidth that they are not. So again, kudos to the team at SeaGL, and thank you. So we've looked at some examples. I think we should zoom out a little bit. We need to place this work in context. It is easy to lose sight of the forest for the trees. So I want to go back. I want to go back a couple of centuries. We have had 7 cholera pandemics since 1817. 7. And it's still a problem in many places in the world. But it is largely a thing of the past here in the United States. Why? Why is cholera a thing of the past for those of us with the privilege to live here? The reason is that people developed both effective medical treatments and governments established water sanitation practices and ways of handling sewage to avoid water contamination. The first person to that is known to have made the connection between cholera and water contamination is Dr. John Snow. He made that connection in 1854. But it wasn't until after his death in 1866 that others began to accept this reality. And even then, the work to improve infrastructure to get us to a point where those of us in the US and Europe no longer have to think much about it took decades. Now, more context from a different angle. In the 1800s, studies by some physicians in Austria and in Vienna and Boston established that many hospital-acquired diseases were transmitted at the hands of healthcare workers. You go to a hospital to treat a problem, you come home with a new one. That's not how that's supposed to work. But though this connection was established and the availability of running water and hand soap were being addressed, those things were not enough on their own to drive change. People had to learn to change their behavior. Regulations had to be put in place for restaurants and medical facilities, which, guess what, also took decades. Now, today we're seeing another major change in the evolution of public health. We've learned some things in the 1918 flu pandemic. You know, all those photos of people, black and white photos of people wearing masks. You know, there were some things we learned then. But we also lacked many of the tools that we have today, which can help us more effectively adapt to the risk. We've moved from a revolution through clean water around cholera to a revolution through clean air. This COVID-19 pandemic started with an acute response from health authorities and planted the seeds of evolving our collective practice on a voluntary basis. Now, while we've seen game-changing developments in medicine, we haven't eliminated the risk of catching COVID or the flu, or of suffering long-term post-viral syndromes. In the long term, we may see improvements there. We probably will. But what I am more confident about is that we will see improvements in clean air itself. There is legislation being passed and work being done around the globe in multiple places that suggest to me, like the changes in water infrastructure, we will see broad improvements to infrastructure around clean air. But again, this might take decades. It probably will. And in the meantime, we've at least got masks and then other intentional efforts we can do to improve air quality to get us by. Now, the point of zooming out and looking at this set of health and safety things across the most recent centuries is to illustrate that health and safety is always evolving, to instill in us an understanding that this is a topic to approach with curiosity and with a growth mindset, and hopefully to inspire us to tune in and figure out how to work together, because none of us can solve this alone. Now, one more really critical piece of context that's much more recent. In the 2010s, you may remember that many people, in particular people who spoke at tech events regularly, took a code of conduct pledge. The pledge stating that if an event did not have a code of conduct and enforcement mechanisms, that person would not speak at or attend that event. Thanks to that pledge, which was driven largely by Ash Dryden and John Scalzi, it became commonplace for tech conferences to have a code of conduct. And we now know what makes a good code of conduct. There are templates to work from, and even experts who consult and train. And all of our events are better for that. There are several reasons I think it's important to focus on codes of conduct for a minute. It reminds us that we have power when we work together, and that change is possible, even when it doesn't feel like it. Again, the codes of conduct becoming mainstream was slow until it wasn't. So we should take hope in that. Codes of conduct also, not only do they make us safer, but they facilitate the creation of more inclusive communities and can be rightfully understood as a tool in the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging toolkit. I would argue the same is true of health and safety policies. Now, the last reason I really wanted to bring up codes of conduct is that if you have a serious code of conduct, if you have a good code of conduct, you already have the enforcement procedures in place that are necessary to back up a health and safety policy, such as one with a mask mandate. Now, these days, I'm fond of saying that if our event has a code of conduct, but not a health and safety policy, then we have missed the point. Admittedly, it's a little bit harsh. Another way of thinking about it, if we have a code of conduct, but don't have a health and safety policy yet, we have work to do, because the two are a coherent set. So, some final high-level things before we get specific. These are seeds I want to plant because they have borne fruit for me over the years, and I think they will for you too. First, the concept of the duty of care. When I started organizing events in earnest about 12 years ago, I only had a vague sense of my duty of care. It was not a phrase I was familiar with even at the time. And what I knew I needed to do was provide a welcoming and productive environment so that people could thrive, that people could come to the event, have a good time, come away with more than they entered with. Along the way, there have been many, many uncomfortable lessons. I have let down people with mobility issues, people with hearing issues, people who rely on screen readers or open captions, people who don't fit into binary thinking, parents of young children, and people of lesser means. But I have to remember that being an organizer is a choice. And more importantly, that the discomfort of learning these lessons from the people that I have let down pales in comparison to the costs borne by those who I failed to care for and excluded. And that is true whether I'm doing this work as a volunteer or as a staffer, whether or not I identify as a good person, whether or not I'm generous with my time or accomplished. We all have a responsibility as organizers to learn and evolve and continue the journey of understanding what does it mean to have a duty of care. Next, the notion of accessibility, which I bring up for two reasons. Health and safety and codes of conduct are accessibility measures. Financial aid programs and childcare are accessibility measures. I think understanding them all through that lens helps to see them as a coherent set of outreach programs that can improve not just the safety, but the vibrancy and diversity of our events. I'd be remiss if I only brought up that aspect of health and safety, of accessibility though, because unfortunately, while many of us do well on broader notions of accessibility, we often then fail to take seriously the measures that are more traditionally understood as being about accessibility, i.e. for people with disabilities. That is a talk unto itself. And then lastly, the Swiss cheese model of defense. This is not a new model, but it has been recently and very usefully applied to understanding how we prevent the spread of COVID-19 and other airborne diseases. This should be a natural concept for folks who understand there is no such thing as perfectly secure or safe. There's no such thing as no risk. And as such, all security and safety measures must be layered. This, I should say, is especially relevant now that we have research suggesting that though asymptomatic infections of COVID are still transmissible and still present the risk of long COVID, rapid antigen tests miss 90% of those infections. That is why it is great if you have a vaccine requirement for your event. It is great if you ask people, encourage people, or require people to take tests. And yet it would still be useful to require masks because none of those layers is perfect. Okay, let's talk about health and safety in practice. I think about this in 3 stages. They're not exactly chronological, but roughly. First, you define a policy, then you communicate a policy, and then you figure out your on-site logistics. And by the way, it's that last part that makes this not quite chronologically ordered because there are interdependencies between defining a policy and figuring out your on-site logistics. So, as you begin to think about the event that you are organizing, you need to think through these same critical areas to address health and safety for airborne diseases, for avoidance of airborne diseases. Let's talk briefly about masks. I will reiterate that masks are the single most effective, cheap, feasible measure you can take, the best bang for your buck in terms of mitigating the spread of COVID-19 and other airborne diseases at your event. Now, what about Monktoberfest? You know, they decided not to require masks. And why did they do that? Now, I'm not the organizer, so I can't tell you why they did that. But if I look at the rest of their policy and the things that we discussed, that the other measures that they took, they have made efforts in tests and vaccines. Very robust efforts. In fact, very few events both require those and have a verification process in place. Not only did they have that, which minimized the number of people who were present who were sick, they also improved the air quality by literally changing the venue that they were in, by going to a venue with greater ventilation. And so when you dial up any one of these measures, you don't eliminate the need for the other measures, but you do give yourself a little more wiggle room to perhaps select some over others. I would look at Pi Bay as another event, as an example. No mask mandate, but the event was held outside in a food truck park. So, kind of a moot point. When you think about masks, I would encourage you to think about two things. One, do you require them or not? And in most cases, you probably should. Okay, so you require them. How do you do that? First of all, a lot of people have masks of their own at this point. People have figured out what works for them, what is most comfortable, what is least uncomfortable, whatever. So most people will come with their own masks. You should also, for anything that you're requiring, make sure that you have masks or those resources available for other people. Masks, thankfully, fairly cheap. You can have those, you know, at your registration desk, outside of the restrooms, in other places where attendees gather. That means that nobody will be turned away for lack of resources because they or because they forgot their mask, because you've got one there waiting for them. Now, one of the things that I hear a lot about masks is, oh no, people will get upset about it. People will say, I don't want to put on a mask. Damn you for putting this imposition on me. And I think that we have paid way too much attention to a vocal minority of people that have created that impression. And I would say that there are some people who literally will not attend your event if you require them to wear a mask. But you know what? Those are the same kinds of people who stopped attending events that put a code of conduct in place. I would argue that people who are not willing to make that small effort to keep each other safe, probably not the community members you want there in the first place. So, mask mandates, can't recommend them enough. Relatively cheap and easy, definitely the cheapest option and most effective option that you have. Now, air quality. Air quality is a challenging one. The best thing that you can do is, of course, meet outside. But that's not possible everywhere or all the time. And so let's say you still have an indoor venue. How do you work with the venue you have? The things to pay attention to are not just ventilation, how much does this air turn over, but also air purification. So, for instance, you want to make sure that not only is the air turning over fairly regularly, but that it is actually being cleaned or sanitized, right, with like an air filter. So as an example, I don't have the device with me right now, but I have a little CO2 monitor that I travel with that gives me a sense of what is the ventilation like in the space that I'm in. But it is not enough on its own, because a place could be poorly ventilated, but actually have great air filtration in place. So CO2 is only one way at getting at how is the air quality in this space. It is really important to both think about ventilation and air purification. You can do this by putting air purifiers in your rooms. Fosse, to their credit, placed an air purifier in every room of their conference earlier this year. And while it can be costly to buy those or to rent those, there are cheaper ways of doing that if you have the volunteer time. You can build a Corsi Rosenthal box that will, help improve the air quality for people in those presentation rooms. Now, alternatives. What do I mean by alternatives? I've said earlier that we're talking about things that will allow people to not show up if they're sick. When you think about alternatives in your policy, you should think about, can I make the content accessible remotely? Even if I can't do a hybrid thing where there's real interaction between remote and in-person attendees, can I at least stream things? Because, for instance, if I was already in Seattle and I were, preparing to give this talk in person today, or let's say come and attend other talks, and I found this morning that I had tested positive for COVID or something, one hopes that I would do the right thing and just not show up in order to protect everybody else. Oh, but I've already put all this money into this and there's this opportunity. It's just there. There's this fear of missing out. The reality is that we are humans and our moral reasoning is not always perfect and we don't always abide it. And so if you can provide somebody an easy out, the opportunity to say, you know what, you can't come here while sick, but you can watch from your hotel room. That makes it a little easier for me as a flawed human being to say, yeah, I'm going to do the right thing because I'm not going to miss out on that much. The other aspect of alternatives that I think is important to think about is refunds. A lot of events will say, we will give you a 100% refund up to this date, or no free refunds past this point. I think it's very important to have generous refund policies as much as you can. I suggest the best policies I've seen in this regard say, if you are sick or need to cancel for any reason, we will refund your ticket in its entirety or at least prorate it for the days that you missed. Whatever you do in terms of your refund policy, do not ask people for proof. Do not ask people for a doctor's note. We do not all have equal access to doctors and healthcare. And so asking people to provide proof just places an extra burden on those people. Tests. When you think about testing policy, many events cannot afford to provide tests for everybody. That many more events can't afford to provide tests and staff the verification through a contractor or some set of staffers and volunteers. What you can do, though, is you can recommend that people test. And if you have a scholarship program or a financial aid program, you can make tests available to at least those people because you already know that they don't necessarily have the financial resources to come to the event without your support. So why put the additional burden on them to buy their own tests? This is what Open Infra Summit did, and I think it was excellent, right? They recommended tests. They even gave people information about where to acquire them, and then they provided them to people who couldn't get them otherwise. When you think about testing, also think about, when do you want people to test? They should test before they travel, before they get to the event for registration, and frankly, each day of the event. And ideally, honestly, it's hard to impose anything or ask anything of attendees after they leave your event, but it is good to recommend that they test when they get home or several days after they get home so that they can let you know if they get a positive result, and you can share that information with the other people who need to know with appropriate anonymity to protect the identity of the person who's gotten sick. Vaccines. Vaccines are a thing that got astonishingly politicized over the last few years, but I reiterate that they are a modern miracle. Oh my gosh, if you don't have your latest shot, please get it. Vaccines can be difficult from an event organizer's perspective. Thinking a global, not only in context of the US where access to healthcare is troublesome, but globally where it's even more fraught. We cannot reasonably expect everybody to be vaccinated. There are some people who, for their own legitimate reasons, can't do it even if they had access to them. What I typically recommend is that events that mandate vaccines have an appropriate exemptions policy that doesn't place an undue burden on people who couldn't get access to them in the first place. But the least you can do is recommend vaccines. The more that we can be positive about vaccines and the value that they offer to counter the weird narrative and conspiracy theories around them, the better. Let's normalize talking about vaccines like they're just a status quo that they have been for decades now. The last thing that's going to be key in defining your policy is to set the no rollbacks aspect of that policy. You want to let attendees know that you have defined the minimum bar of policy and practice for your event, and that you might do more if the risk environment changes and gets riskier, or perhaps you find you get a sponsor who unlocks new opportunities for you to do even more about health and safety. If you say no rollbacks, you're making a commitment that people can count on and know that you are not going to put them at greater risk. That makes them do the risk calculation once and keeps it easy on everybody. Now, when you define your policy, think about what else you might want in there. Remember, there are broader notions of health, safety, and accessibility. Both North Bay Python and Linux Foundation events make efforts to include more in their policies on these topics. So you've defined a policy, or you've defined your starter policy, which you can evolve over time as things unfold in front of you. Now you need to communicate your policy. Your policy should be, oh my goodness, okay, well, clearly this is a slide that I messed up here, so apologies for that. But I will not edit it live. So in terms of communicating your policy, there are several key things you need to do. You need to link it on your website. Weave it into your on-site and attendance information pages, whatever you call them. Anywhere you link to a code of conduct, you should also link to your health and safety policy. And of course, the way that many events have a registration workflow or a call for proposals workflow that requires people to agree to the code of conduct before they finish the process, you should also require them to read and agree to the health and safety policy. These things need to be conspicuous. I also recommend talking about your health and safety policy on social channels. Weave it into your attendee emails. Have signage reminding people. Particularly useful if you're an event that's requiring masks. Put them at places where people are going from outdoors to indoors. Just to remind people, mask up, please. Put them in your housekeeping announcements. Housekeeping announcements at the start of every day in your conference. There are a lot of important logistical details that we cover for attendees. This goes there too. And above all, communicate these things to your volunteers and your code of conduct enforcement team so they know what to do in terms of encouraging people to be their best selves, to do the right thing, and how to respond if somebody is steadfastly refusing to mask. Briefly, though, for all the people who say they will not mask, the moment they wander into a room and everybody but them is wearing a mask, a lot of times they will walk out, put on their mask, and come right back in. No big deal. The vast majority of the time there's resistance. That's what it boils down to. So you've defined a policy, you've worked at communicating your policy. Let's talk about venues and on-site logistics. And honestly, this could be a talk unto itself. There's definitely a blog post series or something that needs to that I need to put together on this. But there are some important details here that I want us to think about. First, assess the time and place. Monktoberfest changed their venue. North Bay Python, not only did we change the time of year that we ran our event so that we were no longer running it in California's fire season, we also changed the location of our events. We used to run the event in an 1800s vaudeville theater with no ventilation to speak of at all. Truly abysmal on matters of ventilation, and it couldn't even be retrofitted to make it work, especially as a building on the historic register. So we moved. We moved to a ranch and had our presentations in a giant barn. And in fact, we collected data on that barn. We took a cautious approach. We still required people to wear masks in there, but we had CO2 monitors placed in different places around that barn to assess, well, what is the ventilation quality of this space? And I am so pleased that we found that that place is effectively outdoors. It is shaded. It provides some darkness for us to be able to use a projector and some shelter from the heat. But it is effectively outdoors, which means we can think a little differently about our mask requirements. And indeed, much of the venue was open air, and there was no need to wear masks in those places to begin with. I highly encourage you to think about where you host your events. And indeed, sometimes that means thinking about what time of year you host them. It wouldn't be reasonable to host an outdoor event in the rain, with some caveats. So you might look at both time and place and consider collecting air quality data so that you can refine your practice over time. Definitely maximize time outside as much as possible. That is, masks are the thing that we can do that are easiest, and they fit every scenario. No matter the time or place of your event, masking is the band-aid you can slap on top to adapt. But if you can, be outside. Just be outside, recognizing this is not possible everywhere or all the time. When it comes to food and drink, this is the riskiest time for any event in terms of the spread of airborne disease. When people take off their masks to eat and drink, that's a risk. So think about where you have your receptions. Think about where you host your meals, breakfast, lunch, etc. And if you have an event that, for instance, has indoor snacks in between breaks, try to position things such that people can approach the thing with their mask on, grab what they need, and get some space so that they're not hovering around, they're not required to hover around a bunch of people who are unmasked. Think also about seating density. Especially if you're an event that does not require masks, having a lower density of seating is a very important way to mitigate the spread between people who are sitting in the audience. And as I said earlier, if you have the resources, certainly if you require tester masks, you should also provision them at minimum to the people who couldn't otherwise afford them. Okay. So that is how I think about event health and safety at this point in time. But the reality, as we all know, is that the only thing that's constant is change. And this will change too. Not only the practice of health and safety, but the risk environment that we're responding to. We are developing a body of practice collectively. If you are an organizer who isn't sure where to start, first of all, ask for help. Look to some of the good examples that we've provided. Heck, reach out to me and the other folks at the Public Health Pledge. We want to help you, but then also be vocal about what you're doing so that we can share and learn from each other. And if you develop a policy like NorthPython and SeaGL did, put them under an open license so that we can all benefit from that. Right? I can't tell you the number of times I've seen the code of conduct from the Geek Feminism Wiki. It's incredible. Let's share and learn from each other. Now, thinking briefly about how the risk environment may change. It will change for good and for ill. We talked earlier about how infrastructure might address clean air more broadly. We might get new medical interventions to protect us against getting infected in the first place, or to at least treat the symptoms so that we're not left harmed long term. But we have to know that we are in a world, unfortunately, with what some call the polycrisis, cascading crises, one upon the other upon the other. Climate change and the way that we as humans are building increasingly into wildlands and interface with wild creatures, there will be more pathogens. SARS wasn't the first, and COVID won't be the last. So we need to continue thinking about our mitigation strategies. We need to continue being responsive to this environment. The bottom line is that this dance never ends. And we need to evolve our thinking to rise to that challenge and be responsive as best we can as it unfolds before us. That's what I've got. Thank you so much. You can reach me on your federated communication tool of choice, email, ActivityPub, and Matrix, all at extremely similar addresses there. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you, Seattle Matrix, for all you're doing to make SeaGL more accessible to those of us remotely and providing the communications infrastructure. So grateful for what you're doing. Thank you very much. Bless you, room moderators. So we have a question. Where did I get my room quality monitor? The thing that I searched for is the ARANET, ARANET 4, ARANET 4. They have an entry-level device, which is the one that I carry around with me. They also have some more professional devices that have like a hub so that you can have multiple sensors all reporting data into one place. Another great question. How long do I think these changes will be necessary for? Years. Years, probably. Truly, the infrastructure investments in improving air quality, change in infrastructure and regulations plays out over the course of decades. I would not be surprised if, at least for myself, I am running events that require masks, and I am myself masking to the end of this decade. Hopefully we get to a world where that's not necessary, but I think we need to be prepared for that as an eventuality. I think it's worth reflecting, particularly as somebody who's Anglo-Western or whatever, that there are cultures in which it has long been normal to wear a mask. I think we can learn from them. Thank you for the excellent questions. Thank you for your time. I hope to see you online and at SeaGL in person next time. Thank you again.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Okay, how is this? Can you hear me? Okay, I unplugged the microphone. Oh, okay. Okay, how do I know who's in the audience? Can I see who's on? How do I see the? Hey, AJ, is there an audience? Once I present, I can't see you. I can't see me either. Hello? It says I'm presenting, but I'm not getting any feedback that anybody can hear me or that there's actually people there. AJ? Talk in chat. Okay, so. Is there okay, you can hear me. Okay, so, well, hello. So I'm going to go ahead then and I'll run this. Let me do the share. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and present. The challenge is that when I present, I can't see you. I am in a special location today. I'm at what's called the Marine Exchange. It's not my normal office. And so I don't have 2 or 3 monitors to play with. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. All right, and that's going to put me. It's actually going to put me a little bit blind, but here we go. And we'll make up for some lost time. Okay. So this talk is Service in Your Career: How Volunteer Work Can Work for You. And my name is Lori Barfield. I have been involved in open source for probably about 15 years. And I'd like to start off by giving credit for this talk to all the people that have contributed content. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm getting a note here. Hold on just a minute. Sorry. Okay. All right. So one more time. So I just want you to know that the content in this talk comes from the organization, the volunteer organization that I'm part of. It's not just from me. It's kind of a compendium of experience of all the people on the team. Paris, John, Bryna, the whole Raise Me Do Gooder team. We do career consulting. Nobody gets paid to do Raise Me career consulting, even though some are professionals. And this is the best wisdom that they have to offer. And thank you very much, Hans, for inviting me to come speak today. This is something that we love to do. About me, my name is Lori Barfield. I am historically a hiring manager, an engineering manager. I started out in the aerospace industry, and then I went to my first ISP, a startup in the 90s during the dot-com boom. And after that, I worked for different startups in junior executive roles and in smaller executive roles. I've always had to do hiring. In my history of being a hiring manager, I had a successful track record of being a contrarian, where I could bring in people who were unconventional for roles, and I could define unconventional roles to bring talent in. And that was an experience that I leverage in my volunteer life now as a Raise Me consultant and trying to run the Raise Me team. And I'm in uniform today because it is my other volunteer life that I'm sharing with you as a Coast Guard auxiliarist. I am also a vice division commander, which is a leadership role at the second level of management. So here are the different things I've done in my life as volunteers that I am able to leverage when I'm talking to people about potential positions or about my work experience, things I can add to my resume. So you've got, where I started in open source probably 15 years ago, SeaGL. I've been a SeaGL chair for a long time. I helped co-found an information security conference in Southern California known as ShellCon. And that was a few years ago. And you've got me there teaching leaders how to lead, how to hire diverse teams. And then in my latest volunteer life as a Coast Guard auxiliarist, I learned how to be boat crew. That's not something I ever expected. That led to many adventures. And I love participating in helping train people to save lives. So when the volunteer world, even though you're giving your time for free, you can get so much in return that really enriches your life as well as your career. So here is the format of today's talk. There's 4 different sections, and I'll make up for some lost time because we got a little bit of a late start. So there will be time for Q&A afterward. There is an experience catch-22, which we'll talk about. We'll talk about how to tie your volunteer experience in with your job search. We will make recommendations that come directly out of the Raise Me Career Consultant team, and then we'll have time for Q&A and going around the room. So first, let's talk about the experience catch-22. We hear a lot that people are trying to do something new in their lives. They want to break into a new industry or a new career, or perhaps their education is tangential to the work they'd like to do in open source. And so we hear people, they go to job interviews and they say, well, they were looking for somebody who already had experience, but it was an entry-level job. And it is a catch-22 because employers don't want to take a lot of risk when they hire somebody. They need to mitigate that. So they'd much rather hire somebody experienced if they can for a role, even a junior role. And so even if they say that it's an entry-level position, they still want to find out what kind of work experience you have, which might apply, which just helps make a case for why you're a good fit. And so sometimes people come away from interviews even more discouraged than they had before they applied, because they feel like they were being asked to present job experience that they can't get without having job experience and getting hired first. So that's the catch-22. Volunteer work is the way to get around that problem. And there are so many advantages to doing volunteer work. And the best time to gain new job skills is when you're already employed doing something else. It takes the pressure off. You can do it for fun. And volunteer work is great because you're not being compensated, so the pressure is off about having to perform in a lot of ways. I mean, you have a team that depends on you. So, but you also have people, you're also in a situation where people understand that you're trying to expand your skill set and do something new. So volunteer work empowers you, encourages you to go outside your comfort zone. You don't, if you add volunteer work to your plate, you're not taking a career hit. You're not taking that reduction in salary. You're not jumping into a full-time job. You can usually do things part-time. And it doesn't have to be part of your career record. If you try something out and it didn't work for whatever reason, it doesn't have to go on your resume. A real benefit about interviewing for teams that are just looking for volunteers is that nonprofits are often willing to overlook conventional, a shortfall in conventional qualifications. And this is something that you can look for, and I'll go into detail later about how to find that. But it'll give you a chance to avoid that catch-22. Juniors can get their first chance through volunteer work because people will see that you've got you've got the ability to be a self-starter and to solve problems. And if you're looking for mentoring, you can come in with the acknowledgement that you'd like to get help coming up to speed. And here's something else that's a benefit for people in my age group. Overqualified seniors can start something new. After I had ascended to my first executive role at a really small company, I found that I couldn't actually get on a team to do junior engineering work. I wanted to switch careers. I wanted to go from being a system administrator and an engineering manager to working in cybersecurity. And people wouldn't even interview me. We would talk on the phone for a few minutes and that would be it. And actually, it didn't surprise me, having been a hiring manager. But I really wanted to do something new. And the only way to break into cybersecurity for me was to do volunteer work. And I've had a good time with it now. So here's our first recommendation. So you're attending a conference right now. In the future, if you are trying to move into a new career role, don't just attend. Volunteer, help out, be behind the scenes. Networking is key to finding a new role, but you can put the work in networking because when you're working side by side with other hiring managers and volunteers, they get an idea of what your work ethic is like, how you handle mistakes, how you learn. And that takes, for a hiring manager, if they get to know you a little bit before interviewing you, that takes a lot of the risk out of bringing you on board their team. Another way, contributing to open source projects, especially to do technical work, but there are people, experiences you can have, documentation you can do. There's a wide variety of career types on open source projects. But by definition, open source work is highly visible. So what we recommend on the team is you create a repository, populate it with a bunch of, contribute to different projects, but also you can just do learning tasks. Put links to these projects on your resume so a hiring manager can just click on it and go take a look at your work. They can, again, this is all about removing the risk from hiring somebody new. If you can see their work and the quality of their documentation and maybe how they handle working with other team members, this takes a lot of the risk out of it. They already know what you know. The other advantage of uncompensated work is that it's also play, and it's also play. And other ways of playing that can contribute to making a career change are events like hackathons and competitions. Again, we recommend you get behind the scenes if possible and help out, but you should start out first as a participant. This is especially true in the cybersecurity world. Hackathons and your rankings have all that information should go on your resume because they care about that a lot. What you can do is create a separate block on your resume for hackathons, competitions, and the side projects that you do that are more like play than work. because you do want to talk about them in the job interview. What we found out is that when people talk about this kind of work, they tend to light up. It raises their energy level, and it helps make a connection with the person that they're interviewing with. Please include rankings and team statistics when you do this. I have an experience with RaiseMe where we had one attendee at one of my talks who had taken off work for a few years to raise a toddler. And when she redid her resume to go back to work, she had left at like the apex of her career in cybersecurity. And when she went back, she found out that that for some reason she wasn't getting the traction that she thought that her experience should have had. And what we found out was that her resume was missing this special block for the accomplishments that she had while she wasn't working full time. And the interesting thing about her is that she thought these things were all just fun, but she was ranking really high in capture the flag events. In fact, all of the capture the flag events that she participated in, she was the top female participant. And that looks great on a resume. So when we redid her resume, she ended up getting the job that she wanted, but it needed a little bit of work, this kind of work first. Another thing that you need to do is find a mentor. Having a mentor is kind of the glue that you need to move from one mental state to another. At the very least, it creates a social contract for you, somebody that'll check up on you, make sure that you're actually interviewing, updating your resume, giving you advice, maybe helping you prep a little bit for job interviews. The best leaders are eager to share their expertise. I say this because I do sometimes hear people say, well, I don't want to go up and talk to the speaker after their talk because there's a long line. I feel like I'm imposing. Don't be shy. If there is somebody that you would like to have for a mentor, ask them if they're taking on any mentees. Ask them for their contact information. They will turn you down if they're too busy and they can't do it. And don't take it personally if they do that. But you'd be surprised at the quality of mentor you can get if you just ask. Another thing to do is no matter where you are in your career, but especially if you're re-careering from one to another, you can be a mentor. My own mentor, which taught me that you don't really know something until you teach it. He was making that point because mentoring actually reinforces the technical skills that you have. It broadens the applications, and it gives you your own kind of energy. And you don't realize how valuable your own work experience has been until you talk to somebody who doesn't have the same kind of experience. And just those interactions are actually the kinds of things that will season you in your own job search. Teaching is the fastest way to achieve mastery, and making yourself available to others strengthens those relationships, and that is always really helpful. There are some of the volunteer work that I started 15 years ago. I still work with those people on other projects. And don't forget, there is always a way to get the job that would make you happy. To get into a better work situation. If you have not been able to find a nonprofit company or a volunteer position where you can do the work that you want to do next, you can always start by teaching this skill to others, and that'll help broaden your network. So, for instance, you can speak at meetups. So if I'll give you an example of the mom I was talking about that had been out of work for a couple of years, and then she was having a challenge re-careering. What she did is when in her downtime, she wanted to learn Java. This is years ago. She wanted to learn Java, and she could not find anybody. She couldn't find a meetup group or a class that worked with her schedule having a kid. So she started a meetup, And she met with 3 other moms weekly, and they taught themselves Java. This was a fantastic experience. We first met her, she didn't have it on her resume. It was wonderful to help her add it to her resume because it spoke to her leadership, her motivation, and her initiative, as well as her technical skills. So nobody had hired her to be an engineer, and she wasn't even technically volunteering in that work, but she was able to speak about it in job interviews. The best place to find meetups is meetup.com. I haven't actually found anything that even comes close to that. And there seems to be a meetup for everybody, for everything and everybody. Yes. So also, if you do this, if you're involved in meetups regularly, you can put that on your resume. And if you do talks regularly at meetups, you can also link that information on your LinkedIn profile. And then it'll show up it'll show up when people search on keywords. It'll tickle the keywords that you're looking for. So again, even though you might not have the work experience working with a particular technology, people can find you, and you'll be able to talk about it in a job interview. If you can't find a meetup, start one. And definitely add that leadership experience to your resume. Another thing that we recommend on RaiseMe is that you maintain multiple social spheres if you are trying to change your career. And this is because people sometimes will try to leave a world behind, and we don't recommend that. We recommend that you stay in contact. If you have a degree in fine arts, or you're coming from a completely different industry, in the long run, what you might find is that your career is best served by merging the two, by coming together. And so we don't recommend that you just let your old life drop. When you meet with people, even though it's casual and maybe for fun, I would always include a little bit of career discussion. Just to remind yourselves that you're there to support each other, and you never know when a new dream job will come along. When it is not your turn to get help, you need to be the mentor. You need to be supportive. If someone expresses frustration, oh, I can't find a role, I need help with my resume, or I'm bombing my interviews, you can be the guy that helps with that. And remember that sometimes you end up needing to make a change in your career when you least expect it. Your job situation can change anytime. Remaining always prepared is just a good policy to have. Especially for the situations where you're mentoring people, you're supporting people, remember that this person that you're just talking to now, who is only a junior, maybe they're in an entry-level position, or maybe they're a mature person who is re-careering, so they're not in a really responsible role yet. But in just a couple of years, that person could be a hiring manager, and so it's worth your time to maintain social circles that have people at all levels of career development. I am talking a little bit fast, and we are catching up okay. In your in-between time, we recommend, if you're in between, get busy. Avoiding a time gap in your resume, that is very conventional advice. What you can do is create a separate block for the career development tasks that you have accomplished. So this block can look just like an employment block with a start and an end time, and you can talk about training you've finished, certifications you've accomplished, meetups that you've spoken at. If you attend classes at conferences, you can put a couple of lines in there about the things that you learned. It's avoiding a gap in your resume, but it also gives you something to talk about in the job interview. And again, for these little informal things, touches on the resume, the little unconventional touches, are the things that we find help candidates light up when they're talking about themselves. Creating common threads is a more sophisticated practice with resumes. So let me explain that for a minute. This is something I look for as a hiring manager, and something I try to help people with when I and doing resume review. A common thread is by that if you look back at all of your employment blocks in your resume, your previous employment blocks, there will be things that you find that are common, even if you switched industries or if you had a dramatic change in roles. Maybe you've just always been a mentor. Maybe you've got a pattern, or maybe you've got a pattern where you've always gravitated to solving the most difficult technical challenge. Or maybe that you're the guy on the team that was always following up and doing documentation. We find that, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get rid of the sound. We find that people usually can often take their best traits for granted and make them, and they get buried, or they just assume that a hiring manager will read between the lines. But a really well-written resume with someone who is trying to do something new will show these common threads. If you are looking to make a career change, especially, you can work with one of the Raise Me consultants. We don't charge anything. And we'll help you find these common threads and then add to every single employment block a mention of this skill or this talent that you have, so that the resume has a comprehensive look, and it presents a case that you have this particular strength. Also, a good resume will show progressions and challenges from previous positions. So often we are given, especially with young people or people early in their career, we'll get a resume that says something like, I was a junior person, and for 6 months, let's say they were doing junior system administration tasks. They were looking at log files and modifying scripts and maybe doing user support or something. And that's great, but if it reads like a book report, you're probably cheating yourself. A good entry, especially for a younger person or a person earlier in their career, will talk about how the job changed while you were there, because for younger people that happens a lot faster. So that same 6-month period, instead of just listing bullet items of your responsibilities, you can summarize your progression by saying, well, I started out as a Linux SRE, and within 6 months, I progressed from debugging existing scripts to writing entire applications from scratch. Or you can say, the team originally started supporting 10 users, and within a few months, we were supporting 3 other departments, for 45 users. Somehow show a progression in the challenges. Okay, section 2, we're good on time. Tying it in. So what we've talked about so far is how to try to avoid the experience catch-22 by getting experience before someone's willing to pay you to do it. But what do you do with this experience now? Let's say you've worked on open source projects, or you work for a nonprofit and you didn't get paid. What do you do? How do you tie it together? So first of all, you need to find out, well, first of all, the best thing you can do is to be on the mark with your volunteer work. If it's exactly what you want to do for compensated work, that's probably the easiest scenario. But if it isn't, then the technique is to analyze what hiring managers and executives are looking for in your vertical. And the easiest way to do this that I know of is to go on LinkedIn. And let's say that there's a particular position or role that you're looking for. Find somebody on LinkedIn that's already doing that, and then look for their managers. And you can see what, because they list their certifications and their work experience and their skill sets, you can kind of mine for the information about what that industry is looking for the position that you're trying to target. Especially for things like, the question, there's that age-old question of, which certifications will actually do me any good? Well, look for the target company and the people that are already doing the job that you want to do. What certifications work for them? Here's a side note here about leadership roles. They especially have familiar challenges, budgeting, manpower, recruiting, legal challenges. So this is very easy to tie into volunteer work, but sometimes people miss this. So in my volunteer work for the SeaGL conference, which by the way is in March every year in Pasadena, plug, I have had to work with budgets. I've had to recruit teams. I've had to recruit team leaders who've recruited their own teams. We have had issues of what you can say publicly and what you can't, how to handle staff, how to train people, how to work virtually, especially during COVID-19. All of this experience I could put on a resume in probably a dozen bullet items if I needed to. And it maps directly to compensated management roles, especially the second level leadership work that I'm doing, where I'm recruiting people that are leading teams that are doing their own recruiting. That is department manager level work. And if you are working with a budget, that is normally junior executive level work, which can be department manager level, or it can be a junior vice president level work, especially at smaller companies. And it's all in how you describe it on your resume. So another thing that we look for in someone's work history is if they worked on different teams, what role are they taking on those different teams? What are they commonly doing? Sometimes when people write a resume, it looks more like a book report. They'll say, well, I was a junior engineer doing, simpler engineering tasks. And then my next role, I was, a little more advanced. So I was doing more on my own. And my next role was a senior role. Senior role was solving harder problems. That kind of resume does not tie everything together. So we recommend that you build up your work experience by volunteering for more than one effort, and then tie it together on the resume. For instance, in my Coast Guard auxiliary work, I do cybersecurity, and in my other volunteer life, I helped co-found a security conference, and I have to evaluate talks, and we have to recruit. we have to recruit people that are willing to support the efforts and that have those skills. And so I can tie that all together. In theory, I can tie that all together in my resume. Because there is an industry crossover. And so each person that we talk to, we recommend, if you have a passion, find more than one volunteer role. They don't have to look exactly the same, but on your resume, we're going to emphasize the things that intersect both of those roles. This kind of reinforcement is very persuasive, that you actually have an authentic skill set that a hiring manager that a hiring manager can find after you're hired. Also, we like to highlight the progression in challenges and responsibilities. So if you start out in a junior role and within a few months you're taking on a lot more responsibility, we add those bullet items to resumes as well. This is just a good reminder for when you're in the job interview, what you can talk about, because everybody wants to hire somebody who is going to stay with the company a long time. Everybody wants to hire somebody that's going to grow in the role that they're in. You don't want to bring somebody in and then as soon as they get a certification, lose them to another company. You want somebody that knows how to grow in place. And so highlighting that you've done that in the past is a very good thing to do on your resume and in the job interview. So integrating with your resume interview, the easiest tie-in that I can recommend for people is make your resume present the case that this next job, the one you're interviewing for, is what you want to do when you grow up. So you can make it, characterize your previous roles as roles that were kind of leading up to this point. Even if those positions are tangential to your ultimate career goal, you can say, I was doing system administration, but what I really wanted to do was get into network security. So you can talk about, in the system administration role, writing scripts, analyzing log files, being on call, because that crosses over with that network engineering role. So you find things that in your previous positions that will echo, that will resonate for the position that you want next, that you want when you grow up. And remember that a resume, those are your talking points. Don't put anything on your resume that you don't want to talk about. De-emphasize the things that you don't ever want to do again. Emphasize and put first the things that you do want to do again, even if it was a minority of your responsibilities. And when they answer questions, when they ask questions, don't just answer them. You are selling yourself. So you want to be concise. So you should practice giving 30-second answers to things. But don't forget that you have to emphasize why you're a good fit for the role. Don't leave it up to the hiring manager to read between the lines and just guess that your work experience must apply. Oh, it must be pretty close. Say it. Say, I think that this experience that I had working on this open source project is going to be a good fit for your company because. Okay, and if you've done your research, if you've looked on LinkedIn, if you see what other people this company has hired have done in their past, you should be prepared to give a little bit of a pitch. And then I have real life examples I can give after this of my own resume and my kids' resumes. My kids all started off volunteering, working for conferences. And so when they went to get their first compensated roles, they had nothing but volunteer work experience to sell themselves. And they were successful in mapping their volunteer work to compensated jobs. So section 3, recommendations. So this, again, these are a collection of recommendations that come from everybody on the team and even from some attendees that have said, hey, have you seen this? So here's what we've got. John Sicklick, who is a professor at Long Beach City College here in Southern California, he says, this is his best piece of advice. He says, go to monster.com. There is a blog. And I guess I should wait a minute. You guys can screen capture this if you want, or take a picture of it with your cell phone. His favorite blog entry is volunteering can buy you IT experience. And I actually agree, I concur. This is a pretty good blog entry. And 1, 2, 3, okay. Here are online resources that we like to recommend. You sit down with us, we'll work with you on these. Our number 1 recommendation is Open Source Job Hub. You're going to hear about this tomorrow if you attend Bryna's talk, which is at 4:40 p.m. in room 2. She's talking about flossing your way to success. Hi, Bryna. This is in Open Source Job Hub. If it has. Well, I'll let her talk about it tomorrow. That's one thing that we recommend. LinkedIn.com, of course. LinkedIn is kind of the gold standard if you're trying to mine information about career opportunities that are available and maybe the things that hiring managers or companies are looking for that they don't put in the job descriptions. Fossjobs.net, that's one of my favorites. There is also a GitHub repo, the open source jobs repo. It's just you can download it. It's just a list of open source jobs, and it's kept up to date. It's valuable. Monster.com, that is. That's a mixed bag because there is just so much on Monster, but you find a large number of matches if you look for open source. And I have all of these links up on a browser if we want to actually look at what it takes to leverage these resources. And then, I'm in uniform today, and I wanted to explain that because I'm on assignment to duty from the Coast Guard Auxiliary. I don't really want to pitch the Coast Guard Auxiliary, but what I want to explain to you is how to find an opportunity that really is easy to leverage, a very natural fit that you can leverage in job interviews and resume experience blocks. In my case, the Coast Guard Auxiliary was able to make a dream come true for me because they're offering both leadership training and cybersecurity awareness training. In my case, I am a certified level 3 leader. I'm working on my level 4 certification. This means the organization that I'm part of has over 100 people in it. And if I were trying to map this role to the private sector, without this volunteer experience, nobody would ever even speak to me because I don't have a master's degree. I don't have an MBA. Maybe it's not true that nobody would ever speak to me, but it would be harder to get calls back, particularly from people who didn't know me already. In the past, when I've leveled up in leadership roles, it's always been with people that knew me. And brought me in on purpose because they thought I could help build a company or help a team that was struggling or do other leadership tasks. And yet with the Coast Guard Auxiliary, I have this recognized leadership training. In the private sector, we call it charm school, but actually they're very helpful classes. And 20 years ago, when I was a NOC manager, when I was a second level manager, I got sent to this training. It was, even back then, it was over $1,000 to go to this class, and I was away from work. Well, now I have all of this training that was actually paid for. It didn't cost me anything. It's the same quality of training. It gives me something to talk about in the interview. I can put it on the resume, and it makes me look qualified for a higher level of management that I actually have experience for in my compensated career. So anyway, the Coast Guard Auxiliary is a more formal organization that offers this kind of thing. There are other opportunities like that when the Q&A will have people talk about what they have experienced and what they would recommend to other people. But if you're interested in cybersecurity, if you're a female looking for a leadership role, this is one place that I looked and I was successful. So now I'll finish the screen sharing so that we can do Q&A. So bear with me for a moment while we figure this out. Okay, so I'm sorry. Apparently my presentation was stuck on slide 2. I have the slides. I'm happy to upload them. These slides are specifically written to be a little more wordy so that the presentation is standalone. If you don't attend the presentation, you still get the high level points. So it should be useful to you. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that. I'll upload it. Okay. And then we can give this a try. So I have a video to play, which is normally pretty popular. Let me see if I can stop sharing, and I can try to present the video. So so I'm asking in the chat, can you see the video? So this is what I do in my newest volunteer life, is that I help train the Coast Guard lines. And I do this every Tuesday, and it's a great adventure. But this is an example of when you get started in the volunteer life, you kind of don't know where it's going to take you. Since you don't have the pressure of having to be a professional when you're hired, you can try all kinds of things. This is not anything I ever would have expected to be when I was looking for cybersecurity training. I never would have expected to be looking. And the team that we help train is the Channel Islands Coast Guard team. They saved dozens of people last year. And it wasn't us doing that work, but we're pretty proud of it. And it's always an honor to be able to contribute to that kind of effort. Okay, so that's all I had to share with you. And now I'm happy to do Q&A. Just another reminder, Bryna's talk is tomorrow at 4:40 p.m. in room 2. She's going to talk about, go into more detail about how to actually translate your people experience and your engineering experience on open source projects to entries on your resume, which is really invaluable. So can somebody in the chat tell me how to do the Q&A? So it's possible I lost my whole audience because the slides were stuck. Okay, so if you'll tell me where to upload the slides, you can have the slides. Okay, looks like we might have a question. My time is your time. So the question is a very good one. If you are volunteering, how can you tell if you are undervaluing yourself by giving away your time? So the great thing about making $0 for volunteer work is there's no value placed on it, right? You aren't measuring your success or the amount that you're being appreciated by the check that somebody hands you afterward. I think if you're my age or if you're at all mature in your career, you've experienced times in your life when you were underpaid, and you may have also experienced times in your life when you were overpaid because you were new on a roll or you weren't contributing, or the company didn't have a lot of work for you to do at the time. And so a lot of times the paycheck is completely out of sync with the contribution that you're making. This does not happen in volunteering. So so what you are compensated with volunteering is the gratification that you get from doing the work. So the mastery, the enjoyment, the mastery of actually performing the work. You get the job skills, the technical skills, or the people skills that you were trying to develop, that you were targeting. And then the third thing that you get is career development. And like I said, if you're at a loss for how to do this yourself, and if this talk didn't help enough, then you can always see the Raise Me team, and we'll be glad to help you for free. Translate that experience into entries on your resume, and good answers to questions that you'll get in an interview. Upload the slides to Matrix. Okay, I will upload the slides to Matrix. I just need the link. And I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait and see if are any other questions. There's one thing I will share with you, that a lot of times when so with Raise Me, I've been speaking at events in a lot of different states across the country for probably the last 5 or 6 years. And sometimes when you go to a talk there, the room is clear full. Sometimes it's empty. Maybe it didn't get promoted. Maybe it's, a soft talk at a technical conference, so you wouldn't expect a big turnout, or maybe you're competing against a really good speaker. But I have found it's not the size of the audience that matters. If there's only one person sitting in the audience that this resonates for, that makes it worthwhile. And absolute proof of that is the last time I spoke at SeaGL last year. It was a nice room full of people, but I met one person in particular who since joined my other volunteer effort, and he's had some great adventures in the Coast Guard Auxiliary. And it all started because we met at an open source conference where I was volunteering and he was an attendee. Now he is going to give back, and he is going to help at SeaGL next year, and he's also having the same adventures I have in the Coast Guard Auxiliary with helping to train people to save lives. So even if he had been the only person sitting in the room, it would have been well worth my time to write that talk and to attend the conference and help organize it. So you can't ever predict with volunteer work where that small theta measurement could pay off really big in the long run. I'm just waiting for a link to upload the slides. So I guess I'll turn off my camera now. So we got another question. Do I have suggestions for opportunities, especially for a career change to system administration? So the slide that if you'll download the slide deck, there is one slide in there that has a list of resources. Every single one of those resources has job postings which list system administration or SRE positions that are focused on system administration type skills. So yeah, so I would recommend, and the first thing that comes to mind is volunteering for a conference and see if they need help with their own system administration. A lot of times a conference that's really well established will have a team in place, but they almost always have junior level tasks that they need manpower for. So even if the scripts have all been written and and some things are basically on automatic because they've got it down pat, they still have to have people monitoring situations, fixing things on the fly, diagnosing problems, documenting things. sitting in the knock, debugging a script, adding things to a network spontaneously. I mean, there's always things like that. So the first thing that comes to mind for me is a volunteer for events. And I got involved in system administration because not through volunteer work, but I started out as a programmer in the aerospace industry for 8 or 9 years, I guess, 8 years. And then I just got tired of having problems with my software because the libraries I had to link to were buggy or out of date or not secure. And I just got fed up with it. And I said, okay, I want root password. How do I get root password so I could see the library and make sure that's not a problem? And that kind of led me down the path of becoming a full-time system administrator and eventually a new career where I left aerospace and I went to an ISP before that was even really an acronym, and did that did internet ISP work full time. So that's not highlighting a volunteer opportunity, but that is a typical career path. It's a normal progression to start to learn programming in college. Different level languages, object oriented or just high order languages. You get your feet wet with that in college, and a lot of times that's the first role someone will get because programming teams always need junior people to modify existing code or to be to do tests or to do documentation. Larger teams can always use that kind of help. So those are often the entry level jobs, and then the next job is a natural progression that after you become really competent with developing code, that you might go on to becoming an SRE that's just doing system work, doing deploys or testing or overnight diagnostic work or what have you. The next level that's often a normal progression is people move into network engineering after they've done system administration for a long time. And I mean, it doesn't have to be in this order, but it just happens a lot. And then beyond that, we find people will finally end up in cybersecurity roles permanent, as a career path. It doesn't have to go in that order. Obviously, you can now learn cybersecurity in college. That used to be, 10 years ago, they didn't have those classes. But as an engineering progression, at least in the internet world and really technical industries like healthcare and aerospace, that is a kind of a normal progression. And when you go from one role to the next role, there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot a system administrator can talk about if they want to be a network engineer or the other way around, because there's script development, there's monitoring tasks, there's log files, there are always security issues. So whatever your previous discipline was, system administration crosses over literally with everything, including user support, right? So even the people side of things. I hope that answered the question. Okay, off goes the camera. Thank you again. I really appreciate the opportunity to help people. And we'll see you at the next Raise Me event. It'll probably be SeaGL in March. Bye-bye. Enjoy your SeaGL conference.
Okay, can I get you to, actually, oh boy. Andrew, do you have your laptop?
Yep.
Can I borrow it?
Okay.
I need the cheat sheet that's in volunteers.
No worries, guys.
Every time, right? Don't you know that free software is a great idea that produces great outcomes? Yes, that's it. All of it. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I'll admit it. I'm too dumb for it.
Okay. Who's the speaker? Okay, can I get your laptop?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That is the audio out for this room.
And I'm gonna need. I think I saw one, but I'll need like the HDMI to USB thing.
Yes. Here we go. USB-C.
I can do USB-C or USB.
Okay.
All I know is I don't have HDMI.
Yeah. Okay. Where's the blue kit for this?
What do you need? You got USB-C out,
I can do USB-C.
and we're expecting HDMI.
We're expecting HDMI. Yeah. Yeah, we got it. Okay. Yeah.
So
So.
I need to find a USB-C to HDMI.
Yes. Yeah.
There was something in here.
The USB-A thing to HDMI.
Yeah, there's this thing which is like.
That is a capture card.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I got plenty of time before I'm over here. How's your conference going? It's stressful, right?
Oh yeah.
When you're on duty?
Oh yeah. I've been on duty all day.
You just pull the fire alarm if you want to just tap out.
No, Joey.
My output. Okay. Okay, so we are going to plug you into that, and this is into there.
Conferences are tiring. It's like, yeah, it's exciting stuff, but it's always in like, rooms with the lights kind of down, so you can see the projector. I make eye contact and remember names. I'm Oscar, by the way.
AJ.
AJ.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Ian.
He's also over there.
Gotcha. Okay.
I didn't bring my phone because it's about too small.
Yeah, the shirts get smaller.
Yeah, that
That's
happens.
the shirt.
Yeah.
Same problem.
Yeah.
I just got this one. I went to the Blender conference just this week in Amsterdam.
Nice.
And it just felt, a little passive aggressive, but their shirt sizes are XL and then in parentheses. Their shirt sizes are XL and then in parentheses American L.
Hey, thank you.
I don't know if you can find it,
All
so look, and I think there's one we can grab from the other room.
All right.
I'm not sure how it's organized.
What do you got, Joey?
I'm not seeing a lot of new stuff.
Found it. Question mark. Nope. This is. Oh yeah. Okay. Got it.
If not, I think I saw one in another room.
Laptop.
Right there.
Okay. Great.
From 440 to 540, is that right? And then
I actually am not sure. I would check awesome. Okay, that's much easier.
Animation.
There's a door. Nice. Secret.
Yeah. It's like one of those hearing test chambers.
So when you kill someone, you can run away. And they don't find you. It's a bit. The secret is a bit like undermined by the accessibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's probably actually.
That was from the room for that.
Phenomenal.
Good old universal design for evil. Yeah, that's me. Looks like me.
All right.
Schedule has 4:40.
I'm gonna just
Alright, that sounds right.
switch this away for. Shit.
And would it be possible to get that laptop onto like a chair so I can have a mouse?
Yes.
No,
Possibly.
solid.
We should be able to do that. Okay. That'd be great. Yeah. Or do you want this? Can I just put it on this chair?
Yeah, it looks like that one.
Alright. Yeah.
Those chairs are locked. Don't worry about it.
All right. There we go.
Power as well. Is there an outlet?
I think the hell is probably in
There should be an outlet somewhere.
There's like these ones.
Would probably be in one of those boxes.
I see outlets, but they're both taken.
Nope.
Alright!
Power.
Alright. 20 minutes to nap. Do I just use this? Is this the mic?
That's the mic. Yeah.
That's the mic? Alright.
I can switch back to just the interstitial, like in between stuff, if you don't want all of your setup to be broadcast.
That's fine, I'm not shy.
All right. Cool. I'm gonna go grab some tea. Do you need anything else from me?
Are you plugged in? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all set. Someone will be back to like facilitate things.
This one, mine. I think that's something else. We'll get mine.
Are you sure this isn't yours? It was on top of your laptop.
I don't recall that white tape stuff. Oh, maybe it is mine. Yeah, maybe that is mine. I don't know. Yeah, just never noticed that. Whatever. You know what? I think it's just starting to fray, so it looks.
I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Sounds good.
My backpack's right there.
Okay.
They'll keep it safe.
Man, that was a total crash and burn, but I didn't. What gives me hope is that you'll do. You need to redeem the team tomorrow.
Who's this on chat? Can you hear me? What's up? Oh, up here? Nothing. Don't worry. No, it's just me.
Where's the laptop running the capture card? Are you plugged into capture?
I think so.
And it's working there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I think it's working. I turned the volume down on this.
Oh yeah. So you'll need to just mute it. Is what I do. Great.
Did we come anything?
Huh?
Come on.
It's working. I'm going to start your recording as well.
Okay, cool.
Okay, great. You're the first one to it just work out of the box, and you didn't even have someone here helping you. So maybe the problem is just that we're running around plugging things in, and we should just let the speakers figure it out. Thank you very much for coming and speaking.
Yeah. Oh, there's some people. Yay!
Woohoo! Okay, that's running. That's recording. Great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Can I snag a Blender sticker? Because Blender is what I'm going to use to edit all of these videos in post-production.
All
And
right.
it's also what I use to generate the ad roll.
Dude, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Sticker.
Please, yes. You created a public profile.
Finite amounts of Blender swag. Rush financing down. You know any swag? You get first pick.
I already have enough room for
Yeah.
the big.
You probably have enough swag, right? This is a big file for this little laptop. It was used in Spider-Verse. Spider-Verse? Across the Spider-Verse? So the new one, not only was the Lego scene done in Blender, but all of the like whoosh marks, those were done in Blender. Oh, what did I do? Test it to load textures. Rawr. Cool. Cool.
The tripods are full. But no, the camera's on the tripod. Oh, fun. Okay. How fun for you. You know what? I'm going to use this mouse pad.
Oh, there's Blender here?
naturally tilted and there's no way to tilt it back up. Alright. Yeah, that'll work. Well, what do you think? Should we start? Sure, why not? Well, welcome guys. Thank you for coming. This is Blender for Beginners. My name is Oscar Beckler. You can tell because my name's up there. And a little bit about me first. I'm mostly kind of known in Blender space as the meetup guy or the user group guy because the Seattle Blender user group is one of the longest running, if not the longest in the world, continuously. So we're almost 15 years old. This is Joey, by the way. He comes a lot. He's a Blender expert as well. So, this is like a super old picture, and a bunch of these people are now famous Blender users. So there's Ian Hubert, and Nathan Begdahl, and Delay Filinto, and there's me. And then this is like, almost 14 years later, a number of people in the Seattle Blender user group actually just went to Amsterdam for the Blender conference. So it was a lot of fun. Here's us having cappuccinos. These are various people that you can come hang out with. Anyways, if you want to come and hang out more, this talk is probably not going to cover everything you could ever know about Blender or need to know. But we have a meetup page where you can find out more about our weekly Discord hangouts and also our in-person meetings. And also you can hang out on Discord. As for me, if you want to know me socially, I'm on Mastodon, and pretty much that's it now. I cut everything else out. Aren't you guys proud of me? Clean. Feel clean. Speaking of Mastodon, if you do go here, I actually posted the major notes for this talk. So if you want to follow along, there's just a couple of major hotkey conventions and cheat sheet stuff that I would recommend. So I'm going to blaze through it in slides. But if you want to make sure that you get access to that, you can just go find it on there. Other cool things I did. Recently I worked for Pokemon. That was probably the coolest job I ever had. I worked on their World Championship marketing stuff for 2022 and 2023. This was really cool. I was doing all these hard surface models in Blender, and then because I had the models, they were like, well, you've got the stuff we need for the final big splash. So I got to do the big, Super Bowl kind of logo, but for Pokemon. So I was very excited for that. And I wrote a book on Blender. Don't buy this one because there's a new version that's just started. I just finished my first chapter on the next edition of this, so the book did well enough that hopefully I'll keep writing books. So, I don't know, give it a few months and then buy my new book. And it'll be all up to date with Blender 4.0 stuff. And I do 3D projects, obviously. These are just like some recent ones. This is like a dragon. I can actually show you guys these files. This dragon literally started because somebody at our user group was trying to make a dragon, and he was like, I don't know how to do this. This is really complicated. And so it just started as a live demo about how I would make a dragon. And now I have this whole freaking dragon I have to work with. This is another one that I've been working on. This is dealing with geometry nodes, which is a very obtuse Blender subject that I love, and you guys would probably take to really swimmingly, because it's all about visual programming with nodes. So all of this was basically a node-based setup where I just drag little noodles together, and now I can do things like increase or decrease the size of this syringe, and it gets bigger or smaller. You can make the plunger. I don't know. It's very exciting to me. And I draw a bunch, so there's more Pokemon stuff. This was literally just during my trip to Amsterdam. I drew all these, so it's more of a nervous tick than a skill. I just can't stop drawing. And obviously I teach. This is sort of my day job. I teach at Lake Washington Institute of Technology in a couple departments from time to time, including their game department, their design department, and their traditional sort of humanities art department. And every once in a while I moonlight with DigiPen, which is a fancier private school. And then also I work a lot with open education resources. So I do a lot with Lake Washington on open education resources. And it's just something that's near and dear to my heart. I actually just gave my talk at the Blender conference on this, on open pedagogy, which is the fancy version. And I recently graduated from grad school. Yay, I got a grad. One of my favorite Simpsons jokes. So yeah,
this is just some stuff. If you want, you can take a phone picture. But again, I posted all this on Mastodon, so you should be able to follow along. I would love this to be something where you're actually on a laptop and suffering, and you raise your hand if something is going wrong. And hopefully, my goal for this talk is to get you over the big beginner problems that people have with Blender. The first hour that you're using it is oftentimes the most painful, and especially once you get past that, a lot of times you can get ahead of steam, you can figure out your niche, and you can start doing some really cool projects in there. So that's my hope for you, is some of the stuff that we can do here. So just show of hands on your fingers, how many hours of Blender have you had? If it's more than 10, 3, 2, 0, 10? Okay, more than 10. Anybody, how many months of Blender? Anybody got 2 months? That's okay, this is perfect. This is exactly the audience this talk is for. This is great. Everything is going according to plan. Okay, so let's get started. Let's see. Oh, this file is juicy and big. Okay, so I'm going to start a completely brand new file, and let's go over this. So in the Blender interface, you're going to see a couple of sections when you first open it up. This first one.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Do you mind if we turn down the lights a little bit so we can see your screen a lot better?
Sure. I don't know if I can do it.
I think as long as you approve of that, I think we can make it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the button, but somebody does. I really want to try and guess before I have to get into it.
You feeling that? Yes? Okay.
Cool. Okay, so we've got a couple of default windows here, and yours might look a little different because I've gone to Window, Toggle Full Screen, and that just hides the application bar. But let's talk about these. This big one here, this is a window called the 3D viewport, and I think I actually am running on beta software, so I might be in trouble here. Oops. Let me see if I turn this off. Maybe I have to have it. Oh, no. Yeah. All right. So normally there's these little window changey things that let you change windows, and this bar broke because I always live in the beta versions. But anyways, this is the 3D viewport, and this is going to be the main place that we operate. Actually, let me see. Maybe I can use a less broken version.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Blender's UI up there is different than the last time I used that. Is that new with 4.0, or is that just me not using Blender for a long time?
There's been a couple of significant changes. When was the last time you were using it?
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
But I also was running Debian, so.
Oh, that could do it. Yeah. Some of the, anyways, yeah. It's different a little bit every time. And actually, it's one of the things I love about Blender is there's always this battle in software development of old users saying, no, you can never change anything. And the data saying you definitely should change it. And Blender is always throwing the past in the garbage and moving forward. I love that. It's dangerous. It has problems, but I love it. So anyways, this is our 3D viewport. And this is the main window that we're going to be operating in. As you can see, it's 3D. It's a viewport. There's a couple of tools over here. This is the tool shelf, and you can pull that up with the hotkey of T. T for tools. There's also N for the sidebar. And this one is kind of good to bring up just because it'll let you see some of the data as we go. So if I move this, you can see my location changed. There's also this down here, which is the timeline. So when I hit play, that's how you can see things. We're probably not going to use that a lot today, but as you get into animation, you might use it a little more. There's also this, which is the outliner. So the outliner contains all of the objects in the default 3D scene, and as you add more objects, that's where you can see them, and you can organize them and do things with them. So here you can see the default is actually just a couple of default objects. There's a camera, a cube, and a light, and they're inside of a collection, which is inside of a superior scene collection. So as you add things, that's sort of where they're stored in different little cupboards. And then over here is the properties window. Properties. And this is where you oftentimes go in and you mess with certain data. You can deal with things that are in specific areas of Blender, such as rendering, or your output settings, or your world settings. It might be something like adding modifiers to an object, such as over here. That's, I don't know. Let's add a subserve.
Blender doesn't look like this yet for most people.
Yeah.
The modifiers thing.
Oh yeah, this is the cool thing. I love this. Blender 4.0 added search and things like this. And geometry nodes, the king of modifiers, is now right here. Again, I always use alpha and beta software because it's cool. You should live on the edge, guys. How are they going to know what to fix if you don't use the beta version? You know?
Do you use Arch?
No. I'm an artist. I'm too dumb for Linux. So, as you can see, I'm on Windows. And then there's a couple other things. Up here on the top, this is the, this is the header. And you'll notice here you can click on this starting thing. If you click on the Blender logo, you can get the splash screen back. Look at this beautiful art. They change this every time. There's also different files. These presets are a good way to jump into a specific thing. So we'll be using the general and the sculpting presets today. And then you can see your other previous files. And you can go here and donate. And I like these because you also get these UI presets to jump around. The older I get and the more I use Blender, the more I just use the presets. So I very rarely go around customizing my UI anymore. But you can if you want by doing things like hovering over a border and moving these windows around, or right-clicking on a border and choosing horizontal split. I think you can also click and drag out from the corners. All of which is to say, you shouldn't do that next right now because you're new and it's just going to confuse you. And then you're like, how do I fix it? If you do want to fix it, you right-click on the border and you choose like join areas and you can move up. But again, don't do it. And then down here on the bottom is the status bar. This is also a very handy tool, which is it shows information about your 3D scene. You can right-click here and down here on the bottom turn on things like scene statistics and Blender version. This is really handy if you're working on a file and you want to know, for instance, how many polygons there are, or verts or edges. So those are the basic sections of the default user interface, but we're mostly going to stay in the 3D viewport for now. Sound good?
Yeah.
Any questions so far? Doing okay? Good speed? Okay, so in this default user interface, brand new scene, we're going to start with how I like to roll 3D out to beginners, which is it's a bunch of rules of three. Everything kind of falls into three categories. And we can see one of these categories right off the bat, almost. The z-axis is hidden, but I'll just draw it in there. There's my hand-drawn z-axis. But the first rule of 3D is your Cartesian coordinates, right? You have an x-axis, a y-axis, and a z-axis. In different programs, these correspond to different directions. But in Blender, x is always red, and it's going to be left and right. Y is forward and back, and that's the green one. And z is the blue one, and it goes up and down. Now let's actually do something with this cube. You have 3 mouse buttons, and they're so integral to noobs that they even put it down here on the status bar. Left click is, as you can see, select. This is very controversial still. Back in the day, Blender changed from right click select to left click select, and the world was forever changed. It's way better this way. We got instant overnight adoption from everyone using commercial software because now they could left click to select. You can also click and drag to get a border select. Your second mouse button, again, rule of threes, is your middle mouse button. You have to have a mouse for 3D. I strongly believe that. And you also want to make sure that when you're buying a mouse, get something with 3 buttons. So I almost always just go straight Logitech because I like their clickiness. But you have this as something where not only can you middle mouse wheel, but you should be able to click your mouse wheel as a button. So that's our second button. And as you can see, it gives you a little hint, which is it rotates your view. So when I middle mouse click, this is how we start navigating this. And we can orbit, pan, and zoom. I'll get into that in a little bit. And then our last mouse button is our right button, which brings up a contextual menu. So you'll note that if I have an object selected, this is a mesh object, right-clicking brings up an object-based one. But what if I have this light selected? I'll left-click to select it. And now when I right-click, notice that the context changed so that it's a light-based one. So I can adjust the light power and the light radius. So those are your 3 mouse buttons. Make sense? This also is something where it comes in as a almost universal convention in Blender. Let's say you're doing a tool. In almost every tool in Blender, left click is yes and right click is no. So if I'm moving this cube and I left click, that says yes, put it right there. If I'm moving this cube around and I right click, that means cancel it. Stop doing it. So just be aware of that as we go through this. All right, we're going to now delve into the rule of threes for our specifically favorite mouse button, which is the middle mouse button. This is going to deal with the main way that we navigate this 3D space, which is orbiting, panning, and zooming. So if you middle click, you should be able to orbit around. If you hold Shift and middle mouse button, you will pan the scene. Pan means going left and right. And then if you hold Control, you can zoom in and out. Or you can use the middle mouse wheel by rolling it back and forth. It sounds like, probably pretty simple stuff, but you need to know it, and you need to do it all the time. So one of the number one things that people do wrong with 3D is they try to do everything from the wrong view. Ooh, what happened? Did I touch it?
No, it's back.
It'll be fine. Should I move it more this way or this way? I don't know which one's going to make it break. All right, so we have orbit, pan, and zoom, right? And there's a couple other navigation tools that are good to know. Number one, the accent key or the tilde key. If you hold that, you will get this menu of view shortcuts. And probably the number one shortcut that I want you to know is this one, which is view selected. I recommend using the accent key and holding it down to get this menu, specifically because this solves another hotkey problem in Blender. How many of you guys have a number pad on your laptop or your computer at home? So number pads are really helpful in Blender because 1 through 9 actually corresponds to these camera settings. So you can use those as extra hotkeys. And the period key also will change it to view selected. But on a laptop where you don't have that, it can make it hard to use. However, holding this down gives you the same stuff. So a lot of times I'll use view to selected, especially if you accidentally do this. You zoomed out. Oh no, where is everything? Great time to select that object in the outliner and view selected. So now let's go into the next rule of threes, starting with that movement that I did. This is sort of an ergonomic choice I want you guys to do in 3D as a general rule of thumb. The 3 steps you're going to do for almost every operation is, number 1, you have to get the right view. Number 2, you're going to make a selection. And then number 3, you choose the right tool. And I really want you to go back to that, because so often one of the things that happens is people have their view is like this, and they're like, man, how am I going to select this light? You can't see the light because it's behind the cube, silly. So get the proper view first, then make the proper selection, and then do the action, okay? Now let's actually learn about some actions. Okay, everybody got a cube selected? You might be tempted to use these tools over here on the toolbar. Again, you can use T to get the tool shelf up. There's the move tool, the rotate tool, and the scale tool. And you can click on these arrows, but this is for noobs. Don't do that. Never ever do that. Go back to the move tool. The reason for this is those are inferior to what Blender is an expert at, which is lazy mouse transformations. And that means that you use hotkeys and then you're just doing the movement. So we're going to start with this first one, which is moving or grabbing. And again, I'm hitting N. The N key will bring up this sidebar, and it'll let us see some of this stuff as we work. But it corresponds to location. So instead of using this tool, we're going to hit G. Everybody hit G? Are you moving your cube around? If you have to work in a 3D scene for 12 hours a day, this is heaven. And this is a nightmare. Using this, and you have to click and drag and click and drag and click and drag. And then you're wondering if you can sustain this for the rest of your life because the carpal tunnel syndrome is setting in and you feel it, you know. So don't do that. Use lazy mouses. But Oscar, this isn't precise. It's over here in the middle of space. That's not what we want. Well, let's talk about ways that we can qualify that lazy mouse transform so that it's a little bit more precise. So we're going to hit G for grab. Now we can type X, Y, or Z to specify an axis. So for instance, Z. If I hit Z after that, it's moving up and down. And by the way, keep going back to the status bar. Look at all these commands down here. I think this is what's known as a modal workflow. Is that right, Joey? I think that's what they call it. And it basically means that your interface is a series of steps that you sort of build into one super action while you're inside of a tool. So we can continue to qualify this by typing in 5. And you'll note that this moved the cube on the z-axis 5 units exactly. There's other cool things that we can do with that. So I could also hit GX2 or GY. Here's another cool thing that you can do. This is going to correspond to all 3 of these transforms, location, rotation, and scale, which is, let's say you want to do, you don't like them. You moved it and you hate it. Blah, terrible. You could go over here and just delete these. Oops, no. And they'll be fixed. But the other thing you can do in Blender that's really cool is anytime you want to clear this stuff, instead of hitting G, you can hit Alt-G. And it'll clear it out. And that's going to work for the other 2, which is R for rotation. Alt-R clears that. Alt-G. So oftentimes I hit Alt-GSR and it clears everything out. Again, modal workflow. That's weird. So the other thing that you can do is you can specify a negative axis. So you can say G for grab. And let's say, like, imagine this is a building and I'm placing it on the floor. And I know that I just want to eyeball it. But the one thing I know I don't want is I don't want my building going up and down in space. I can hit Shift-Z, and that's going to make it move in every direction except the Z-axis. So now it's like locked to the floor, and I don't have to worry about the Z-axis while everything else moves around. So let's try rotation. Rotation is the next one. Same thing. I can hit R for rotate. And it'll start rotating. There's another thing you can do in rotation, which is you can hit R twice, and it'll switch between trackball versus turntable rotation. So R for, this is turntable, and double is trackball. So it's kind of pointing at my cursor now. All the same things happen here, which is I can hit R for rotate, Z for Z-axis, and 5, and it's going to rotate exactly 5 degrees. Or more logically, maybe I would do RZ 45. And now I have it at exactly 45 degrees. So if you know your math and you do lots of circle stuff and you know your angles, it's very handy to just type that stuff in right away. Here's another quick one. While we have rotation and location, let's just rotate this cube to a wonky, crazy angle. And now I'm going to hit G for grab again, and Z for Z-axis. I can type Z again, and it's going to change it to the local axis. So now it's more of a rocket ship blasting off in this direction. So if you know which way it's going, you can kind of do stuff like that. I do this all the time for like character animation for things. I'll also use R for local rotation for things like moving this. So I know that I just want this to go like that. That'll make sense later. All right, let's go to the next one, scale. Scale is not 0, 0, 0. It's going to be 1, 1, 1, 1. No, scratch that last one. 1, 1, 1. So why is that? What happens when we scale things to 0? It sucks it into a black hole. Not 90, 0. So now my cube is scaled down to 0, and there's nothing. So scale is a multiplier, and so anything times 1 is the default. That's what we want. So same thing with scale. I can hit S to scale it, Z to specify an axis, or Y, or X. And I can say a certain amount. So I can say, I don't know, 4. And now it's exactly where I want. By the way, in the same way that you can left-click to execute and right-click to cancel, I can hit escape to cancel or enter to execute. Good speed so far? Should we get into edit mode? All right. So up here, you're going to notice there's this drop down, and you can choose different modes. There's edit mode, there's sculpt mode. The two that we might dabble with today, just as a beginner-friendly little playground, just covering some of these tools, is edit mode and sculpt. And let's try going to edit mode. So we're going to have another rule of 3 really fast, which is vertex, edge, and face. So these are the components that make up a 3D object. Our first one is vertex, and you can get to these with 1, 2, and 3, by the way. And you'll notice that up here in the toolbar, they're changing. So right up here, 1 is vertex, 2 is edge, 3 is face. So a vertex is a single point in space, like this one, right? An edge is going to be 2 points that are connected. And then a face is going to be at least 3 or more faces that are connected, and they fill this up. So there's a couple extra selection tools that we can do for this. Number one, we can continue using box select, so we can click and drag to select multiple of these. But let's maybe add some edge rings with edge ring subdivide. So Control R is going to add edge rings. Whee. And when you do this, it's going to be that modal workflow. It's going to be multiple stages where you specify things inside of this tool. So note that when I first hit Control R, the first part of this workflow is it asks me to specify where I want these subdivisions to go. Next up, I can use the middle mouse wheel to say how many of them I want. That's a lot, right? And then, lastly, if I left-click to execute, it's going to ask me where I want to place them. Do I want them over here? Over there. This is another one of those modal operators, which is I can hit escape, and it'll just put them directly in the center. So now I got a cube that has a couple more fun things going on. This is great because it's going to let us talk about a couple of extra selection tools. The first is going to be edge loop selection. So if you hover over any edge, and instead of, like, let's say I wanted to just get everything in this loop. 3D is all about edge loops and how they go around a 3D surface. I could manually select this like a big jerk, but I don't want to do that. I want to get it really fast. So if I hold Alt and click on this, it will select the whole edge ring. And now I can start doing things like scaling it. Yes. Perfect model. Everyone loves it. There's some other selection tools that are really handy. One that I use a lot, especially for organic models, is Control plus left click. So if I hold Control, you can see the tooltip down here, which is pick shortest path. What this will do is it will go from point A to point B and just try to figure out the shortest path along it. Some other selection tools that I like are C for circle select. This gives you a sort of brush-based interface. And I don't know, what else is there?
Select all.
Yeah. Oh yeah, select all is A. You can toggle with A. I should go check my own notes. So what other tools can we use? Let's try extruding. So extrude is one that you're going to use a lot. Let's actually like create a new scene. Let's start fresh. Let's start making a 3D object. What should I model? Any suggestions from the audience? A seagull. All right, I love it. Okay. This is great because I can just tell tools as they come into my brain. So again, we want the y-axis, so the seagull's going to be pointing this way, and it's going to go left and right. I'm going to start with E for extrude, and this is going to take a face and move it up in space. One thing you have to watch out for is if you right-click to cancel it, extrude does not cancel that. Once you hit extrude, it does it. So a lot of times, it's very handy to have an extrusion that then goes back to this. And the problem is that, like if I subdivide this, you can see it now. Notice that it didn't really work. I'm getting kind of an Among Us character. That's not a seagull, is it? Sus. And my daughter's name is Susan, and now her nickname is Sus because of that game. So anyways, if you extrude and then you cancel it, just make sure you note that that face is going to be there. But let's make a mess. Let's actually solve this problem. Woo! Look at all these problems that I'm making. This mesh sucks now. Gross. You would never want this. Woo. I can prove it by putting a subsurf on it. Ah! It's a mess. But what we can do now is using a tool called merge. So M is going to bring up the merge hotkey. And this is something that I do a lot as I model, which is every once in a while, if you have vertices on top of each other, you want to merge by distance. So merge, hit M, and then you go for by distance. And these are all going to collapse down. And now it's nice, right? Now it doesn't hurt. So let's keep making a seagull with this. Similar to E for extrude, I can hit I for inset. And that's also kind of handy. What does a seagull even look like? This is my concept art. I bet I can get pretty far with this just using these simple commands. And then we'll jump in and sculpt it. So a lot of this is something where, you still end up using grab, scale, and rotate as you go. There's sort of a tail. I could also add separate objects as I go with this. So you could imagine this being several blobs next to each other. I can hit Shift A, and this works in both object mode and edit mode. Go to object mode. By the way, you can go back and forth between modes with tab. And I believe if you hold tab down and drag, you can actually get a pie menu to switch your modes as well. So this is usually how I do this. You can go up here and do it via the pull-down menu, but that's a nightmare. Don't do that. If you do that, don't tell people I taught you. Then they'll judge me. But anyways, I can add a new thing, such as, how about a sphere? I'm gonna merge all this down later anyways. So if I had a sphere, there's this giant sphere, and there's our seagull head. I could add another cube, and you can see how I'm using GZ and GY and GX a lot. And this is a great exercise to do, either as separate objects or as a single one, which is just pick something really simple and see if you can make it entirely out of primitives to start with. Primitives are the basic objects that I keep getting from these menus.
How do you pull up the primitives again?
Shift A for the add menu. You can also get them from over here, add. And again, you can do this in two ways. You can either do this as separate objects. Or, so I could do this. Now this cylinder is separate from this. And this is like, you know, the more you model, the easier this gets. But like you can see I'm doing things where I'll hit scale and then shift Z. And then I can, basically I'm not scaling on the Z axis. So in other words, I'm determining how thick or thin this SeaGL leg is. I'm going to do this all on one side because I'm going to eventually sculpt on this. Good enough SeaGL, maybe? There's something to be said for having these as like separate objects. This is like my, no, that's not what I want. Shift D is how you can duplicate an object. So I just duplicated that. And I can move this so it's like over here to make like a wing mesh. What do you think? Good enough? Should we start sculpting? I think so. Make. I think I'm going to make this a separate object. At this point, there's another selection hotkey I'm using a lot. So this mesh, you can see, has several separate objects inside of one. And a lot of times what I'll do is hit L, and that's going to select whatever object is underneath your cursor. So I can select just this. And maybe I want this to be a separate object, so I'll hit P, and I'll separate by selection. By the way, Blender is just phenomenal at actually having a lot of hotkeys exposed, and also, what is this? I'm trying to make an eyeball. So if you go into any menu, there's a ton of commands, and it takes a while to learn them all. But you'll note that they're very good about telling you what hotkey you're going to use. So I highly recommend, just as you're reading homework, just click on a menu and just slowly absorb hotkeys. The other thing that's great is, if none of these make sense, just hover over them. They have great tooltips. I have to teach Photoshop, and man, can't believe Adobe gets away with being so bad. They have nothing like this. All right, should we start sculpting?
The best hotkey, yeah.
What is?
The best hotkey. F3.
Oh yeah, this is also great. F3 is search in Blender, and it's something that, especially if you're coming from another software package, a lot of times you probably can guess the language that you want. So for instance, if you search delete, look, there's delete commands, or merge. So especially when you get into node-based interfaces, look at all these nodes. That's too much, but a lot of times I'll hit Shift A, and then I'll just search mix. And that's way easier than actually like digging into the menus and finding the one. So search is like heavily used in the Blender community. All right, let's start sculpting this. Yeah. I'm going to go to sculpt mode. And let's actually save this. SeaGL. So sculpt mode is also something that has a couple commands that you're going to want to know. The first one is F, which increases or decreases your brush size. So if I want a big brush, now I got a big brush. There's also Shift F, which increases or decreases your brush strength. So if I go to here, this is going to be full strength power, Look how strong that is. We also want to turn on a specific thing right away, which is x-axis symmetry. Up here, you'll see this little butterfly with symmetry. And x-axis is going to make it so that when I sculpt on one part of it, it'll sculpt on the other. Ooh. There's a couple ways you can sculpt in Blender, but I want to teach the remeshing methodology, which is the new way that people do sculpting in Blender a lot. You'll notice there's this remesh command over here. And basically what you do is you sculpt a little bit, and whenever you need more detail, you remesh it, and then it turns into a mesh of a certain density, and you can just go with it from there. So to do this, there's more hotkeys. Again, you can be a noob and come over here and push the button. But we're going to hit Shift-R. No, wait, never mind. You're going to hit R.
Well, I want to show them why they want more detail first.
Oh, yeah. Well, for one thing, I'm running out here. Like, let's say you did something like this. Let's say you wanted to add some horns to this duck. I'm running out of detail, right? It's not working. So that's where you would want to remesh and see that. So the first thing you can do is hit R, which brings up this little grid. And this is going to give you this visual representation of how many polygons you can expect in any given place. And then Control R is going to remesh it. So if I hit Z, you can see, ooh, look at all those polygons now. So now I can start making this duck nice and pretty. I really like using a sculpting workflow now, which is to jump between separate objects that are all getting sculpted on separately. This is one way to do it. The other way you can do this is having one giant super mesh for everything. But consider like the seagull's wing. That sucks to sculpt. If you have to sculpt the wing and the body as one mesh, eventually you're going to remesh and the wing is going to like glom on like the Matrix mouth sewing itself shut. So it's really handy to sculpt on these separately. So again, the other thing you can do is switch between these with Alt-Q. And that's going to jump between whatever object is under your cursor. So let's go to here, for instance, and let's remesh the wing and get it symmetrical. So I'm going to hit R to choose this grid. I'll hit Control R, and now it looks like a mess. But that's fine, because now I can hold Shift to smooth. You can also go to the smooth brush. By the way, highly recommend. Here on the toolbar, these are just icons and they don't make any sense, right? If you hover over the edge, you can click and drag this out, and then you have a name to it. So for instance, I can click on the smooth brush here. I can hit I for inflate. And it's basically something where I'm constantly going to just do a sculpt and hit Control R. So now I want this to be identical on the left and right, right? I'm going to do that with another thing in this symmetry menu. By the way, this does sync, which is you have to turn on symmetry for every single object. But if I go in here, there's a symmetrize button, and that's going to make the left side look exactly like the right side. I always get it wrong the first time. Oh, I got it. Usually it's like, instead, both sides end up blank. But I can do this for all of these. I'm going to turn X on and symmetrize, and just start giving this some detail that I can work with. Symmetrize the tail. Oh, this is another thing I'll do. Yeah, that looks good. So Alt-Q to select an object. Up here I'll choose X-axis mirror, and I'll symmetrize. Oh, that didn't work. Let's do it like that. Symmetrize. All right. X-axis mirror and symmetrize. And don't forget the eyeball. X-axis mirror. Symmetrize. So a couple of sculpting brushes that you should really know. These are my favorites. Number one, snake hook. Definitely the snake hook, especially for this constantly remeshing workflow. Snake hook is basically you just grab stuff and you rip it out, and the clay is long and goopy as long as you have the polygons to do it. So for instance, here on this leg, snake hook just lets me sort of move it along as as much as I need. You can use it a little bit for something like on this wing. Maybe I just want this to move over a little bit, or a lot, so I can have like a long flowing wingtip here. Whenever you're sculpting, this isn't for every tool, but almost every tool, smoothing something is so normal as a sculpting workflow that shift will always sculpt your smooth your stuff. So all the time, the thing to do in sculpting is you kind of overdo something and then you smooth it. So like, this guy here, I might inflate this a little bit, I remesh it, and then I slowly get him kind of in place. Something like that. Snakehook is really awesome for things like horns, like spikes and tails and all those, like 8-year-old boy drawing a monster vibes. Another tool that I use a lot is masking. So for instance, let's say I wanted to just work on, I don't know, just maybe add like a neck section here. M for mask will bring up the mask brush, and it can do something like paint polygons specifically. There's a whole mask hotkey, which is A, and this brings up a bunch of mask tools that you can use, such as invert mask, which I think is also Control I. So now I could start doing something like, I'm going to go to the regular draw brush. I can do something like that. And when you are done with the mask, you can hit Alt-M to get rid of it. Another thing that I do a ton, this is actually like my default sculpting workflow, is I love doing separate strips for every kind of anatomy. This is actually sort of classically informed. It's known as an écorché, which is you make a wire skeleton, and then you add one strip of anatomy building from the skeleton outward. And then as you get into your organs and your outer stuff like your rib cage and then your muscles and then your skin, surprise, surprise, it looks like a human. Or it looks like a real thing. So I love doing that style, and I'm going to do another form of mask, which is Control right mouse button will let you lazy mouse, or it'll let you lasso select at any given time, I think. Wait, am I doing it wrong? There we go. Control Shift will let you mask with that. So let's say I want this tail to be a separate object. I can Control Shift select with this. And I'm going to go to Mask. Mask Slice to New Object. So what that's going to do is it's going to take the mask part and turn it into a new separate object. So then I can use that Alt-Q hotkey to switch between body and main thing over and over. So Alt-Q. Now I can go back to sculpt mode. And again, you can see these are separate objects. And now, I just think it's going to make it a little easier. Oh, he's such a handsome duck.
It's a seagull.
I mean, seagull.
It's a bird, it's close enough.
Yeah. It's a dragon. Everything ends up monsters with me. I'm still a child at heart. Shouldn't we all be children at heart? So, other ones that I like are clay strips. Clay strips sort of lets me build things up over time. What's up? You just get promoted?
I guess so.
You're doing great. So like something I might end up doing would be to lasso select these little feet webs. And I might want to give myself more subdivisions first with Control R. Look at this one too. And choose mask. Mask slice to new object. Oh, it's hideous. But it'll make sense a little bit. Well, that didn't work at all. It's always dangerous undoing in sculpt mode. All right, what I want to do is have like the toes separate. So I might go like that. Mask. Mask slice to new object. The other thing that I'll do a lot is I might more aggressively build an object out of primitives. So like, you know, if I'm making a human, I'll make like the neck and stuff. And I'll try and get it as far as I can in just edit mode before I start sculpting. But at that point, I start doing something like this. Mask. Mask slice to new object. How am I on time? I got about 7 minutes. Inflate brush is another one that I really like, especially as I get these like weird errors. The inflate brush will make it so that things just sort of move together. So I'll inflate it, remesh. Control Shift L or Control Shift left click to lasso that. Mask. Mask slice to new object. And eventually you get to the point where you got a nice little seagull. Is anybody totally lost? Anybody still live demoing, trying to sculpt? I love sculpting. I think like as a beginner sort of thing to do, it's one of the best things you can do in 3D because it just ends up making stuff that you'll enjoy faster. Like you can kind of do a lot of sculpting without knowing what you're doing, and that's the best way to learn. Is make sure you're actually like enjoying it enough that you'll do your next project. So mask slice, new object.
The knees might be bending the wrong way. I don't know if seagulls.
It's a cartoon seagull. It's like Donald Duck seagull. Or you're saying it should be like that?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. The flamingos are like that.
I feel like, yeah, it should be like that, that. So again, snake hook is definitely my best friend in Blender. The other thing you can do in sculpt mode is actually like all these like 3D tools are still here. Ew, what is that? Oh, I moved it with the mask on. Whoops. Now I need to Control Shift this. Mask slice to new object. Object mode, duplicate it, move down. Uh-oh. Wait, seagulls have pointy birds. I still keep making a duck.
You're very focused.
Yeah. One time I sculpted this whole alien and then I was really happy, it looked really cool, and I was like, what's going on with the legs? And then I realized like it was nonsense anatomy and I had to like change everything. Clay strips again, very good for like building forms up. Ooh, I don't know about that though. When in doubt, inflate it and remesh again, and eventually it kind of works out. So to kind of give you like an overview of the whole 3D pipeline, normally what I would do is I would start with sculpting. If I wanted to make a 3D character, I just start in sculpting mode. You then end up doing something called retopology, which would be if I have like a cube here, like imagine this is how I would do it in edit mode. I might start with turning on snap and snap to faces, and then I would start doing stuff like
You the individual.
yeah, that was individual, not on.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think it's under the menu. The menu screen.
Oh, I've got it on default. So you can click this magnet to turn snapping on, but usually what I do is face project. That's
yeah.
So if I have something like this, I might grab it and control, and then you'd start to build something of an official mesh for this.
And when you say you made an official mesh,
Yeah.
like, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is you can end up with a sculpt that's like millions and millions of polygons, and it looks so freaking cool, and it's completely unusable in a game engine, or even like if you're rendering a movie. You can't rig it because it takes too much effort. So what you end up doing is you build a low poly version that conforms to your high poly mesh, and then you bake textures so it looks like the high poly mesh, and then as a result you can hook it onto a rig and move it around and throw it in a game engine, and it moves fast, but the whole time it ends up looking like a fancy thing. So like if I was to save this, let's go back to that dragon of mine. It's kind of a good example of this stuff. So this dragon started from a sculpt that was using a lot of those techniques, and you can kind of see it here. Like stuff like this. This was something where I wanted it to be a single muscle group, and so I did it as that separate object, and you can get that as nice convex forms. No, concave? Yeah, concave. Well, concave and convex. They're both good, right? So that's how I was able to get like even like individual chunks of muscle, and as a result, when I retopologized it, you can sort of see this if I turn on wireframe. Let's turn the rig off. This is a rig which lets me do things like so that's how you start moving stuff around. Well, let's turn the rig off. I don't know if I have the old version of this in here. No, it doesn't look like it. But so if you look at this in, let's turn on wireframes for this. You'll note that a lot of these edge flow chunks, they look a little nicer because of that, especially when you get to the face. Although now I think the face is kind of, you know, the more I have this face lying around, the less I like it. But it's still a nice dragon. So if I go to, oh, it won't let me switch.
You have something, an object selected, right?
No, I don't know why. Oh, maybe it's here. So if I go to wrong menu, rendered mode, you're also going to be able to see a lot of the textures and how that ended up being what I did on the high poly sculpt eventually and baked it down. So again, I think I'm out of time. I'm a little over time. But just so you know, like the Seattle Blender user group hangs out once a week. If you come in there with like your worst total noob project, we'll be totally nice about it and then tell you all the things to fix it. But all of this was at some point mesh data. These like scales, these were sculpted. And by baking it down into a texture, let's turn on wireframe now. By baking it down into a texture, where is it? Wireframe. There we are. Toggle overlays. There we are. Wireframe. So here you can see like how this geometry conveys like the high poly sculpt even though it's on a low poly mesh. And yeah. I hope this gets you excited about Blender. I hope you guys come hang out because again, the internet is garbage now and let's get back to meat space. Anyways, that's my talk. I hope you like it. I'm guessing somebody is going to set up the movie now, right? I'll show one more little encore cool thing. This is my sword generator, and it's a mess, but it's really fun. So these are individual components, and each one of these is geometry nodes. If you're more on the math side than the art side, you should come do geometry nodes. I'll show you the node tree really fast. So this is all like, you know, node-based math to generate this object. And now you can do really cool things like, I think as I increase the size of it, the number of numbers increases. But all of this is part of this sword mesh, which you can change all sorts of things. I made like a number of different blades, like the Dragon Slayer blade, which is covered in goo. And what else is cool? The Jester one is kind of cool. Which is like, it's like an accordion or a jack-in-the-box that jumps out and hits you in the face with this. So all of these are individual geometry nodes things. And now they make one sort of super node. So yeah, if you like math, do this. All right, that's Blender. All right, what's next? Do I just unplug? Get stickers and stuff up here, by the way.
Are we gonna want the lights all the way off?
I think so.
Probably, we're going to be watching movies, so.
Yeah, stay tuned for the Blender animation
Screening. So yeah, the talent portion of the evening is over.
You can come bug me if you have any questions.
All right.
Okay. Would you like lights on when people enter, or do you just want me to turn them off?
Oh yeah, I suppose we could do that for people
Okay.
getting out. Good call. Thanks, sorry.
You're all good. Once you want them off, either I can do it, but also you can just there's your little
big off button. All right,
yeah.
cool.
You were having issues earlier, so.
Yeah, where is? Oh, is this the HDMI out in the end?
You've got a bigger sample data than anybody.
watching me just run my mouth. I would say blender donuts. I would say depends on what you want to do. Mostly like I do like canned stuff. So like I use blender can. I try to use blender can to like actually ingredients. So more not ambient. 3D printing? Yeah, except for
Pens, stylus pens on the backside? All right. Yeah, this is what I got a friend in town that does a lot of really good printing stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he does smooth at the presentation portion as you are, but he does good stuff with the tool.
What's his name? You know?
Not here in town, but where I'm from Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, no. If he was in town, you'd know him because he'd be showing up to the the events. So he's been doing.
I'm always looking for new people.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna let him know about you guys.
Every once in a while, like I found a guy who went to Larson's Bakery. Was just getting like donuts for my kid.
Uh-huh.
The guy saw my blender shake. He's like, "Oh man, I made a short film blender."
Yeah, he was. I'm pretty certain he was before Blender the project, but he was the person that introduced me to Will It Blend.
All right, so Blender movie night?
Yeah, I'm set. I think.
Do you really want to live stream it?
I mean live stream it.
Well, right now the reason we're going through all of this is so we can put this up on a public YouTube stream.
Okay.
Do you care?
Yeah, no, that would be good if we can do that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to maximize how much we can pack out.
Okay.
Is my only.
Well, if you want to pack it up, that's up to you. We don't. I mean, everybody can see these movies. There's going to be a little bit of presentation, but there's nothing that needs to be saved for posterity or any other reason.
Do you know where that camera went?
No.
Sweet. Okay, so I'm going to start tearing this down, and I will give you an HDMI port to plug. You already
up there?
Yes, you're already up there because you're going through this monstrosity.
Yeah.
So you
the
need.
noise already got loud, so I'll need to keep that.
Yep. So we're gonna unplug it here, and unplug this here, and plug you directly into the projector. So now there's no more my laptop in the way.
Okay.
All right. Track 1.